Today on Homeworthy, we're exploring 4 stunning homes across Pennsylvania, each with its own unique charm and character. First, we step inside a vibrant Berwyn home filled with bold patterns, striking artwork, and endless personality. Then, we head to Pittsburgh to tour a timeless yet distinctive home where classic design meets personal flair. Next, we journey to Pennsylvania's horse country to visit a farmhouse-style retreat brimming with rich hues, inspiring art, and playful modern touches. Finally, we arrive at a beautifully renovated 1917 home, lovingly known as the Mountain Chateau, where historic charm meets contemporary elegance. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi Homeworthy, my name is Erin. I live in Berwyn, Pennsylvania, and welcome to my home. Come on in, I'll show you around.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, my name is Erin Wiley, and I live in Berwyn, Pennsylvania, which is a suburb of the Philadelphia area. I am an interior designer, and I love decorating homes. My style is traditional, but I do love mixing colors that maybe most people might not think go together. Patterns on patterns, things like that. There's a couple colors throughout the house that you'll see. I love chartreuse. I'm wearing one today. And so I've kind of sprinkled that throughout the house. I also have a mother who's an amazing artist. You'll see art all throughout my house. A lot of it is hers. Nothing really goes together, but yet it goes together. I don't know how else to describe sort of my style. I have a lot of clients who, when I present schemes to them, are a little hesitant because they can't envision this pattern or this fabric with this, piece of furniture. And so I invite them to come over to my house. They can sort of walk through and see how things that perhaps may not jump out at you, either traditional or super contemporary, when you mix all these things together, it's just so much more interesting. So I get bored easily, so I like my house to have a lot of patterns and textures and different styles of furniture that you mix together that just, when you're in a certain room in my house, there's a lot to look at. Not too many stars in the room, but there's interest everywhere where you take a look. So this is the foyer, which was not the original foyer for the home. This was actually an addition that was put on in 2004. We did not do it, but there really was no place to kind of come in that was conducive to having children. So you needed closets, things like that. So it's sort of, it's an interesting space because even though it's the foyer that everybody walks into, it's the side of the house. So it's where the kids come in and drop their book bags, but also it's where all my guests come in. So I sort of had to play both sides there. So when we first moved in here, everything was sort of like a battleship gray. I'm not a gray person at all. So I have this gorgeous stone wall, which is the original structure, the side of the house, that it's hard to imagine, what else you're going to put in here. So I was looking for a wallpaper that really balanced this, but also felt, like the outside. It felt natural, it felt organic, and I wanted to keep it neutral because I have all this colorful art. So I chose this beautiful Meg Braff wallpaper, which I've loved for years and years, and I was so excited to be able to put it into my home. I needed a lot of light in here. There was a little pendant there that was here before, and I found this tall pagoda chandelier on First Dibs, which is a great resource for anybody who's looking for an antique find or maybe a different kind of piece that you can't find in stores. and I just loved it. Ironically, it was a beautiful shade of a soft blue, which is really one of my colors, but it just was a little too happy in here. So I had an artist redo it in a soft white, and actually they ended up, I think, breaking one of the glass panels, and we had to fix that. But I love it. It's oversized, but it gives a great light, and it's just one of my favorite pieces ever. Then, of course, I needed some place for you to be able to throw your purse down. And even though it's a nice space, this is kind of a tight space. So my brother, who's he's an artist in his own right, and he also makes beautiful furniture, made this beautiful console table for me with all the scalloped edging. I mean, the detailing and the craftsmanship is just like no other. But it was perfect because I wanted it, to hug the wall, but also be pretty and interesting. And it houses one of my favorite paintings that my mom has ever done for me. Has been in many rooms in many different houses, and I think it's the first thing you see, and it sort of sets the stage for the rest of the house with all these gorgeous colors. These foo dogs, which you'll see I have a mild obsession with, were my Nana's that were in her lemon yellow, gorgeous living room in Cincinnati. Not to be morbid, but when we were all talking about, as you do, what would you like of mine, my parents, what would you like if, something ever happened to us? And I said, the only thing I want are these dogs. So I told my brothers and sisters, I will fight you for them. And so when my parents downsized, they gave them to me, and I just love them. They make me so happy. And then this gorgeous painting, I didn't know what to do on this big wall. I wanted something, but an abstract did not feel appropriate. So there is a store in Paoli called The Vintage Home, and the owner actually is an artist. And I had seen this painting, not this exact one, 3 years ago when we had first moved. And I asked her if she would recreate it for me, and she was a little hesitant at first, but then she said yes. And I love it. I love houses, I love abstracts, but it was just something about it. I thought, I just want to look at this house all the time. So now, let's go over to the kitchen. I'd love to show it to you. Come on. So, welcome to my kitchen. I love this kitchen. It's open to some of the other spaces in the house. It makes me happy. I didn't have an island in my last house, and I love this island. We kept the same footprint that the house came with. This is also part of that addition. So it was already laid out this way, but it had a metal hood that you can see. There's nothing symmetrical in this room, which I love asymmetry, but it was too tight. I love a dramatic hood. Whenever I do clients' kitchens, that's like the focal point. And this didn't really have this grand feel. So I had a custom hood made, and it's actually, you can see, much wider than the range, which is another thing that I always try to encourage my clients to think about. You don't have to stay within the parameters. I like it to be bigger. To me, it just gives it more of a statement feel. And because it's asymmetrical and there's cabinets on one side, I didn't want to have anything too fussy in the background. So I chose these hand-done tiles. You can see just with the light, there's a little bit of movement to them. Simple. It's a nice backdrop for here. It showcases the hood. When we first moved into this house, all the cabinets were dark wood, and that's just not me. I love a white kitchen. I mean, I love a colored kitchen, and actually I vacillated for a little bit whether or not to paint it a soft blue or a pretty peel green, but because it's open to the other spaces, I thought it really needed to be white. So we chose a really pretty soft white, which actually we had to paint it several times because the wood would not bring it up to a nice happy white. And I think it just makes the kitchen more airy, more open. We added some beautiful unlacquered brass hardware, which I love unlacquered brass. It sometimes gets really dark. You can see on some of the cabinet doors that don't get a lot of use, it gets really dark, but that's the beauty of it. It patinas. The ones that we do, when your little hands are on here, they stay sort of more brass and shiny. We switched out the countertops, and I found this beautiful Carrara marble and had the island mitered, which just gives it that heavy, thick depth. makes it feel a little bit more substantial than it is. And it's just such an open space. I love shades as pendants, but in this space, because it's sort of open to everything, I chose these open Chapman and Myers lanterns because they're big, they're a statement, but you can see through them. They don't really compete with anything, and even though they're simple in design, I love them. And one thing that I will say that if you ever have a kitchen that doesn't have a window, like who doesn't want to have a sink that you look out into a beautiful yard or whatever, and this was one of those things that this house lacked. So I thought, well, why can't we just put a piece of art over here? So this is one of my mom's, again, paintings. It's a steer, one of the first paintings she ever gave to me. And I just love him here. He's the colors of all my room, but he's also just friendly, and at least, I'm looking at him and not just a wall, because I would have loved to have had a window, it just wasn't in the cards. And then because this is an old farmhouse, I chose this Perrin and Rowe, again, unlacquered brass faucet, which is just, old school, and I think it works nicely with more of a contemporary apron farmhouse sink. I went back and forth to do a traditional porcelain farmhouse sink, and then I just thought, well, let's have a little fun. Let's just, do it like this in the front, and it just is a little twist. It doesn't make it feel so stuffy. It's a little bit more of a contemporary, and I love that mix. And as you can see, I have 20 chickens, so I always have fresh eggs, here, and this little contraption just sort of goes down so we know which ones we have to eat first. So right off the kitchen is our breakfast room. And I love this space because it's a great space for us to have breakfast and more casual dinners, lunches, things like that. You'll see that there is a dual fireplace that opens to the family room and this room, which just adds another charm, cozy element. The fun thing about this fireplace is this stone was repurposed for when they did the addition and they had to take out. So I love that they reused it, because again, these are just all the little design elements that make a newer part of the house feel like it's always been here. Again, this whole space was darker wood, and again, I wanted to lighten it up because that's just me, and I love lots of color, and it just doesn't really work with dark wood. So there was a couple of the built-ins were here, but we added this built-in in here, just because, again, it was just this little nook, and I thought, I'm not going to put a table in here, and I love a built-in. They make such a difference in spaces. Again, you can house beautiful books, but it also just, there's storage. I have our dog blankets down here for when they're laying on the couch. Added some cabinet maker lights, which just wash the bookshelves, and it just makes things feel cozy. And again, like I said, I love fabric shades on lighting, so I got it here on this. It's a little whimsical. It's got these little cute stars on here. Again, this is a visual comfort piece, and I love it. And these little red Fermoy shades, they make me happy. I love looking at it. And it's funny because I've always wanted a round dining table, but most of my rooms, it didn't work. And so this room is actually a square, and so I got my round table. Don't look too closely. Like I said, my nieces and nephews were here last weekend and had a little fun here, and so there's a little bit of blemishes. We're going to fix that later, but right now, just don't look too close. And I found these great little chinoiserie chairs. I can't even remember where I found them, but they're comfortable and they're light, so they're easy to pull in and out. And I adore this Lisa Fine sweet block print on the chair cushions, and it just makes me happy. One thing also is this rug came from our other house in another space. It's not big enough for this room, but you know what? I'm going to find it. I'm going to find one at some point. And I always say to people, don't just go out and buy something just to buy something, because you need something bigger. Wait till you find something that's really great, because every little piece has to be special in its own way. And so when I find it, I'll find it. For right now, it works. This piece I just love. So my mom made this for me years and years ago. I don't think my husband ever really loved her, but I did. She's lived a few different places in our homes. But in this house, I didn't think she fit. So she spent 2 years in the barn. When I finally got my act together and thought, okay, this is the color palette, this is what I'm doing, I kept thinking, what am I going to do with this wall? And all of a sudden it was like, I know exactly what I'm going to do. And so I broke her back out, and she makes me so happy. She's fun, she's whimsical. I love how she's just sort of like looking up at the sky. Her dress, I mean, all the colors are just like, oh, they're so rich and juicy, for lack of a better word. So I have all this amazing art, right, around my house from various artists. And my daughter painted this one. And it's probably one of my favorites. It's our barn, and there we are. And then it's funny because people say, well, do you have 2 more kids? And I said, no, that's actually my kids again. She painted them over in the barn. It's even got the horse weather vane, which is so sweet. And the funny thing is that she painted this when she told us she didn't love living here. She said, I don't want to be here. She was the one that just loved her house. She loved her room, did not want to move here. And one day I found her painting this, and I just thought that was so darling. And then she said, Mom, I think I do love living here. So I framed it, and it's going to live here forever because it just makes me so happy. It was the day she decided we would stay. The painting over my fireplace, again, from my mom. It's an abstract landscape. I don't know, some people see buildings over here, like maybe it's a skyscraper of like New York City or something like that. To me, I just see water, and the colors make me so happy, and I fell in love with it. And again, this reclaimed wood mantle, and then a contemporary painting over top of it, the juxtaposition just, to me, is so much more interesting. So now, I'd love to show you the family room. Come follow me. So welcome to my family room. This is our favorite place in the whole world to be. As you can see, it is filled with light, which was, again, one of the things that I loved about this home, because I love being in sunshine, and I'd love to be living in a state where it was 24/7, but this room kind of gives me that feeling of just happiness, and it's light filled, and it just boosts my mood the minute I come down here in the morning. There's so many things to talk about in this room. I don't even know where to begin, but I guess I'll begin with this. So I have a lot of clients who do not appreciate a sectional, and I will be honest, I was a little bit of a snob a long time ago and thought, oh no, sectionals, they're just so clunky, they're so big. And I've really come to love them because they house a ton of people, and nowadays, you can find sectionals that are actually beautiful. So, you can see my sectional. I have an English arm, which are quite comfortable, very traditional, but they're comfy when you want to put your head down on them. And again, because why be boring, I added some bullion to the bottom because it makes me happy, and why not? It's a fun little detail that I talk a lot of clients into, and everybody's always happy they listened. I love tons of pillows, all my pillows. I remember one of the decorators that I really admire, I can't even say his name because then I don't want him to get mad at me, but he would always say, oh, I can't stand when I walk into rooms and every pillow's karate chopped. And you know what? I couldn't disagree more. I love the way it looks when they're karate chopped because it looks like you could fall into them. All my pillows are all down, so I hate when people have pillows and they throw them on the ground. We use ours. So if you're sitting on your couch, these become like an armrest. There's nothing more comfy and cozy than a big yummy pillow. So I have lots of them everywhere, and they never are on the floor because usually they're not like this. They're usually thrown all over the place. But yeah, I love the mix that I've got going on here. And then we have this statement piece. I absolutely love this this gorgeous ottoman. I have always wanted a tiger ottoman. This is a gorgeous Brunswick and Fee silk velvet that's actually quite practical. And it's just fun. It's cozy. We are the kind of people that sit on our couch and we put our feet up. So I needed it to be upholstered and comfy. And then I added this little red welt just for fun. Because again, these are the things that you do to different pieces to make them feel more bespoke, more interesting. So the details to me really, really matter. A couple other fun things in this room. This Louis Vuitton trunk was my aunt's mother-in-law's, and she has this beautiful house in Princeton, and in the attic there are hundreds of these. And I remember, I was, my gosh, maybe 20 years old. I said, oh, I love these. And she said, here, take one. So I did. And that was in my first apartment in New York City. It was my coffee table, actually. And I just had a piece of tempered glass, added, and it's a great side table. But I love it. And I love that these are her initials, and I love the red that's on there that's painted. I mean, it was actually used at one point quite often. And so it just is a little charming, unexpected piece that you don't necessarily see all the time, that I'm so lucky that I get to have. All the built-ins in this area were all dark brown, and so we painted them all white. And I wanted to use every little inch of this room because I do entertain a lot. I have a Christmas party every year for all my friends, and 50 girls, I invite my clients, everybody. We all come in here, and I want everyone to feel like they can have a spot to be. So I added window seats in here. These windows, they never had them before, but I just thought, it's a great place to kind of sit. From when we're parties, you can sit here and you kind of feel like, there's multiple options where to pop a squat. And we added little window treatments, little Romans in here. This is, again, when I started this room, I wasn't sure what direction I was going to go. I loved this fabric. I've always loved this Brunswick and Fee fabric. I love chinoiserie. It's a nod to my grandma, and I loved all the colors. So it gave me so many fun things to work with. So this was the starting point for this room, and we added a beautiful Samuel & Sons tape just to finish it off, makes it feel tailored. Again, I did the panels over here because I just think panels really warm up a room and just make things feel cozy. As far as my built-ins, I change them up a lot, but right now I feel like we're good. I like to do things by color. Most of the books that we have here, we've actually read. Some of them we haven't. Some of them I did get for the book jackets alone, I will be honest, but a lot of them we have. And so it just, it also houses, fun little, like I found that little painting. I love my horse in a little gift shop. I can't even remember where I was. And so just the things that I collect, I love to show them off. I love to look at them all the time. And so that's why I love built-ins. I'd put them everywhere if I could. Another little tidbit is leopard carpet is my most favorite thing in the entire world. It masks everything. I have 3 dogs and 2 kids. And like I said, I entertain a lot. And so I can't be worried about spills and footprints and mud from the dogs. So putting a leopard carpet is sort of like a neutral. Like I would wear leopard shoes with this dress. It just sort of goes with everything, and it just shows nothing. So another thing I love to do is layer. So this was a Persian rug that my husband and I had bought when I think we were still even dating. I was trying to help him with his house. It needed a little tweaking. And so we bought this, and again, it's been in several rooms of my previous homes, but we just plopped it on down because I love the layering. I love the texture. I love adding, more interest. And it, again, it's cozy, it's soft, and and it hides everything. Again, my mother used to have Persians everywhere, and she said, Erin, when you have kids, you'll know what I'm saying. Found these 2 little cute chairs at a consignment store. So, sometimes you don't have to always just order everything new. I love doing that for clients too, especially if I'm looking for something specific and we need it fast. And I did need these fast. I was on a house tour last year and I hadn't found what I wanted yet. So I found these cute little chairs, and they're little swivels. And so they're low, so I'm able to, put artwork behind them. They're so comfortable. And then this ottoman, which has casters. So it's nice because if you're sitting over here, you can move this over like this. But then if you have a party and you need people to, more seating, 2 people can sit right here. So it sort of, it moves around a lot in this house. Come on over on this side. I want to show you this space, which is funny because the last 2 owners of this home always kept this empty. There was nothing going on in here. There was literally a floor with a 8x10 rug. And I kept thinking, there's got to be a better way to use this space. But what do? I mean, I have a breakfast room, so I'm not going to put a table here. And this is the only entrance out into the back patio, which, the pool's out there, and we spend a lot of time outside. And the dogs come in. So I got to keep this clear, this path clear. What am I going to do? So I had these 2 chairs in my other house, and I reupholstered them, and I just kind of plopped them there because I didn't really know what else to do. And I found that everybody sits there. So when I'm in the kitchen, my husband's sitting here. My kids will be sitting here talking to me. If I have a friend over and I'm doing something, they'll sit here because they can talk to me, but it's still, you feel like you're part of the family room. And if you're having a football game on or whatever, yes, they're not facing the TV, but you can still see what's going on in the other part of the room. And so this is truly probably the most, that chair specifically gets the most action of probably outside of the sectional of any of the pieces in here. And I love that, I have window seats everywhere. I mean, again, I have dreams of when I'm not busy and I have more time of sitting there with coffee and looking outside. It is really such a beautiful view. I love these windows. They're so big. I vacillated on putting a Roman window treatment up there to sort of match the other room, but I love the transom windows, and so I love all the light, and honestly, it's such a beautiful view that I didn't want to cover just any part of it. So I just added lots of color and texture to the pillows and to the window seat to kind of make that feel very welcoming. But I love a window seat. The table here, again, I think I found this table in like a garage of one of my clients, and I said, "Are you using that? I need a table." I had my wonderful seamstress make me a table skirt here, and it's just a place to house family photos. It fills up the space without, having another chair. And the good thing is that this is where our Christmas tree goes. So this is really easy to break down because I don't like having to redo your furniture when you have to decorate for a certain holiday if you celebrate Christmas. And so this is super, super easy. These frames go on the bookshelves. The lamp, goes into the basement. But other than that, everything can kind of stay the same place. Also, if I have a party, sometimes this goes and there's food. There's crudité on here. So I love a skirted table. I'm a big, big fan. I just think they are so warm, and you can put anything. You don't have to have a nice table under here. I won't show you what it looks like, but it's not very pretty. And I think I've really been lucky with the art. I have just walked into artwork that just works in my house. Like I said, my mom paints a lot of them, but I found this piece in a consignment store. It's just this amazing consignment store called the Velvet Shoestring in Wayne. And this was in the basement. And, I looked at it a couple times and thought, it's literally the exact colors of my house. I have to get this painting. I didn't know where I was going to put him, but he ended up here. And I just think it's perfect. It's perfect. Another thing that I love is this ottoman, which is it's fun. I love a different shape ottoman, something, everything is always square or round. And so I found this star in an antique store. I think it was in Baltimore. And I was like, I got to have this. I got to do something. So I added the same bullion around the base. And it's just fun. And actually, this is where the dogs like to sleep. So I usually sometimes have a blanket like tossed over here just because, we have animals and they're part of our house. So we let them live in this house with us, and but you can protect things a little bit here and there. My love affair for Moy continues. I absolutely love, like I said, shades, fabric shade lampshades, and these are just they make me so happy. And you'll see also I am obsessed with tassels. I have them everywhere. Sometimes I feel like maybe I'm a little overboard, but you know what? Life is short. So I added these little tassels, just adds a little pop of red, and yeah. I think it all works. It's nice. It gives you light, but you can see through to the television. Again, that barn is the same artist that was in the foyer. I actually went to go to the store to ask her to paint me that painting, and I saw that, and I thought, oh my God, I don't need it, but I'm going to get it. So I bought it, and I said, can I just bring it home and see if it works? And I think my whole family was home, and I put it up, and they said, we got to keep it. We got to keep it. It's great. So anyway, I get to look at it every day, and it makes me happy. One other little thing you'll see in my house, as I said before, I ride and my daughter rides, and so we have horse stuff everywhere, whether it's a painting or whether it's bookends. This was a sweet print that there's a woman who I found on Instagram, Willow Road, who she collects things and then puts them up for auction. And I always tell her, when you get horse stuff in, let me know. So I got him. He actually looks like my first horse, Rocky. So that's why when I looked at him, I thought, you know what, he's perfect. And this horse is probably my favorite. And I will tell you, I think I paid $25 for that painting. I was in a antique store in Baltimore, and it was in the basement, and it was in a big pile of art. It's actually on wood. It's not even on a canvas, and it wasn't framed. And for some reason, I thought, I'm just going to get him. I have no idea where I'm going to put him. I put him in a frame, and truly, he's probably the favorite thing of everybody comes in and says, oh my gosh, I love that painting. And he was like $25. So anyway, you don't have to spend a ton on artwork either. You know, I'm not saying not to get good art, but it's fun to mix and match. And then just a couple, you know, antique Imari plates up, you know, above and below him. And I think it makes him, you know, really, it's a little section of a wall that now feels really important. So I love looking at him. There's a lot of red in this room, and it is a bold color, and I think a lot of people are maybe afraid to have red in their homes. I think red is just, it's vitality, it's vivacious, it makes me happy. It's a strong color, but it's a happy color, and of course there's lots of different tones of red. I prefer orangey red than more of a blue red. I think you know, again, life is short. Don't be afraid to experiment with, you know, a color that maybe you're not sure of. This is why you hire a decorator to sort of, you know, help you navigate those waters. If you love red, I think there's nothing more happy and inviting than a room with a lot of red. In fact, our old family room in our house in Villanova was entirely lacquered in red. All the bookshelves, everything, and it was our favorite room. It was the best room to get snowed in. It was the best room to watch movies in. And so when we moved here, and we didn't really have an opportunity to do that in this space, I thought I got to bring red in somehow. So I brought it in, you know, the fabrics, and this console we had repainted. It actually started out red, but it was very beaten up from years and years of abuse. And so I had it repainted for this house, and also just tweak the red a little bit. But there's lots of ways you can bring in red if you're not comfortable with doing an entire chair or a wall. So, you know, like I said, the tassels or books, coffee table books, you'll see it's going to give your room a little kick that sometimes a little quiet room needs. And a funny thing is, I love pink and red together, which kind of clash, but it really doesn't. Some people think it does, but not me. So, you know, again, I don't think there's any rules anymore. So if you like it, just do it, because you won't be sorry. My mom has wonderful taste, and I grew up in several homes. My dad was in real estate, so we moved a lot, not a ton, and actually within a very small geographical area. But my mom loved moving to a new house and decorating it, and it was always different. You know, we had some of the same furniture, but the color palettes would always change. And I just loved that it was always a new adventure, and people would come to our house, and there was just so much to look at. And so I kind of grew up with really loving beautifully decorated homes. My grandmother on my dad's side was a lover of chinoiserie and Asian influence throughout her homes. And so it became something that I gravitated towards as well. And my Nana on my mom's side was a decorator as well. So I think I kind of was born into it. It was sort of in my DNA, but it wasn't something that I thought that I was going to do after I moved to New York. So when I was in college, I was a communications major, like a lot of people. This wasn't something that I was really thinking about too seriously, but I did an internship with a wonderful decorator in Baltimore, and she really showed me what was possible, and just custom banquettes and, you know, really amazing wallpapers and dining rooms that, you know, to me, I thought it was breathtaking, and it was really captivating. So I dabbled in a little bit of, you know, just helping some friends out, but nothing serious. And then I decided to take some classes at the Maryland Institute College of Art, downtown Baltimore. And I was only about a year in when I got a job with Gucci in New York City. And, you know, at that time, Sex and the City was, you know, the hot show, and I just couldn't let that opportunity pass me by. So picked up my stuff, moved to New York, and said goodbye to decorating. And then fast forward, you know, I get married, I have girls, I'm home, my husband moves us from Baltimore, so I stayed home with my girls, and I just got bored one day, and I remember sitting out on an Adirondack chair and thinking to myself, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I need to do something. I have all these creative juices and no outlet. And I'd already decorated my home, and I thought, I think I'm gonna do it. Actually, one of my good friends, who's an interior designer locally, said, Erin, you really need to do this. I have so many clients I could be giving you because I have too much, right now on my plate. So go get your LLC. So I did, and I thought it was gonna start slow, and it just shot right up. So I just dove right in. And luckily I've had some really amazing clients who have let me, have fun with their homes, trusted me to kind of, make their house their sanctuary. And it's just become the most fun job I could have ever imagined. All right, well, now that we've seen these rooms, why don't you come with me? I want to show you the rest of the house. So before we get to the rest of the house, I just want to touch upon something that I think people forget about and kind of don't pay attention to, and I think it's a big mistake. So hallways are a big thing for me. This is not a big grand hallway, but I also don't want people to just kind of pass through. So I think it's a great opportunity to house some things, some artwork, some plates, anything that makes it feel special, because little rooms should get some attention as well. Again, this is sort of like the vein. You walk into the house and you look right through here. So I wanted it to have really great artwork and pieces that, as you're walking through, you stop and you say, oh wow, that's really pretty. You're not looking at it for a long time, but it doesn't matter. You still need to have a presence. Again, these are 3 paintings that my mom did for me, various different trunk shows, and I just sort of put them together, and I think they look amazing on this wall. Big, overscaled, but it makes this little tiny hallway feel a lot more important. And before we go into the rest of the house, I just want to show you something really quick. I love this wallpaper. It's, again, Brunswick and Fee. Is there like a thing? I mean, maybe they should be like, their spokesperson. This wallpaper is, I just loved it. It has all the colors of my house. And again, with the chinoiserie flair. The funny thing about this little tiny, it's the smallest powder room you've ever seen in your entire life. I mean, really, truly, it is. So it needed a big personality wallpaper. But my wallpaper gentleman called me the night before and said, I had a cancellation. I can do your room tomorrow. And I hadn't painted it yet. So 2 o'clock in the morning, here's me with my Fine Paints of Europe painting all of the trim green, because I thought once he gets it up, I'm not going to be painting it, and slopped it together. And sometimes I look at it and think, I don't think I did a bad job here. But anyway, it's just one of my favorite little rooms. It's a little jewel box, and I think powder rooms are such a fun way of, showing some more fun that maybe you wouldn't do in another room otherwise. But anyway, that's enough about that. So come on in and check out my scullery. I think you're going to love it. So this room I just love. I never had a butler's pantry or a scullery in any of my other homes, and we needed extra space, and I just love this room. I love that it has one of the original front doors. There's 2 doors in my house, if you didn't notice from the front. This was, I think, originally the kitchen area, and so while it's a door that leads, nobody comes in here. So it's just a beautiful lead glass door that gives a ton of light in here. And when we moved in, all of this, again, was dark brown. And I know, it's a country home, we're out in the country, so I get it, but that's just not me. So we painted it this gorgeous Prussian blue. And in fact, and same with some of the other built-ins, I do not like built-ins that don't go to the ceiling. I think that's one of those things that it always reminds me of, like, well, what's up there? Like dead bugs or something like that. And I think, we don't need the height in this room. We have really nice 9-foot ceilings, but I like when built-ins and moldings go to the ceiling. I just think it's cleaner and it does draw your eye up. But anyway, all we did in here was paint it this gorgeous blue. I changed out the hardware. This is Modern Matters. I love that company. I mean, you can't go wrong with anything that they have, actually. This was the original leathered granite countertop, which is wonderfully practical. I, cook and clean and cut things on here, and it just holds up beautifully. You can see my daughter has set up her hot chocolate. We're running right into Christmas now, so we've got a little hot chocolate station here. We always have a bar set up just because like I said, I love to entertain, and you never know when you need to make a drink. There was an actual an ugly refrigerator that was in this little nook over here, and so I needed more storage. So I had the gentleman that makes my built-ins and cabinets make me an extra pantry, which is really nice to actually have extra storage. And again, even though it's a little space, why not give it some personality and put like a fun piece of art? It is a little bit more of a whimsical space. So again, this is a sheep, one of those long-haired sheeps, with like the twisty fur. That I always loved him, and again, he's been in a couple different spots. This painting has fallen a couple times. There's some nicks in it, but I love him. Just added some fun Kelly green, because I love Kelly green, and that Prussian blue together just makes me happy. And you can have formal, important art in casual spaces. I just think it makes it more interesting. What's really cute is this is my laundry room, which is right next door. So I had to make it fabulous too. I mean, it's not really not that fabulous, but in terms of the color. So I chose this Waterhouse wallpaper, which is really old school and can maybe feel a little old. But if you pair it with some fun, more contemporary art, things like that, the juxtaposition I think is really, really magical. And I had, my seamstress make this beautiful Roman, soft Roman, a little bit more whimsical. It kind of comes down a little bit more than a traditional Roman, but I like things that are just a little bit different than everybody else has. It feels formal, but again, this is a space that sort of has to play a couple different things, like my foyer. When you walk in, even though it's where everybody comes in with their book bags, you still need to make it look nice for guests. So sometimes when people are here, I close these little pocket doors and say goodbye. But if it's clean and there's not, dirty socks on the floor, I'll leave it open, because you know what? I love it. I think it's really fun. It makes me happy. And I love the deep windowsills. And again, we just painted the trim and the ceiling in the same color to unify these two spaces. But it's a fun place to do your laundry. And I don't want to forget about him. I found this little fox who is so adorable. Look how he's like closing his eyes at an antique store in Chadds Ford. And I always buy these things. I have no idea where they're going to go, but he's fun, he's whimsical, and I love looking at him when I'm in here. My favorite room in my house. What is my favorite room? I say every time I'm taking people around, I say, oh, and this is my favorite room. And then I go to the next room, but wait, this is my favorite room. So I don't know if I have an absolute favorite room in my house. I think the room that really sold me on this house was the room I'm sitting in right now, which is our formal living room, which is, I say formal, but everybody uses it all the time. It's just this great big square space with doors and hallways off of it. So it sort of is like connected to everything. The lighting in here is amazing in the morning. It's so bright and sunny, and I'm one of those people that I should be living in California. I love good weather. When it's gloomy, it's so awful. But this room is just always sunny and bright. And again, it's got all my favorite colors in it. It's got a ton of my mom's art pieces, and my absolute favorite piece of art that's over the sofa that I'll show you later. That is just, I always said, if there was a fire, I would take my children and my dogs and that painting, and that would be coming with me. It's got a huge fireplace. It's just so warm and cozy, and I have to walk through it every day because there's only one staircase that goes up to the upstairs, and so I get to look at it every day. Some people have formal living rooms on one side of the house, and maybe they never really go in. Maybe they walk by a little bit, but I get to use this room and walk through this room zillions of times a day, and I'm never ever tired of it. It always makes me happy. So I guess if I had to say, I would say my living room is my favorite room. So before we get to the living room, I just wanted to point out these gates. So my brother, who I was telling you about, who made the beautiful table in the foyer, made me these gates because, of course, I have 3 dogs who I love, and I love them to be everywhere. However, sisals, rugs, and dogs do not mix. they love to go to the bathroom on them. So when we moved into this house, I said, I need a way to keep these dogs out, but I don't want to have baby gates up. So I love these more Chippendale style gates. They're actually held together with magnets so that I don't have any hooks. There's one for the scullery as well. And they actually are the same design that's on my planters when you first walk in the house. So there's that continuity that sort of, goes throughout the whole house. And you just kind of like hit it with your hip and there you go. So I can leave them open and they look nice. Oh, this is my favorite room. I know I say that about all my rooms, but I'm telling you, I just love this house so much. But this room, when I walked in, I thought, oh, I can't wait to get my hands on this room. It was actually the last room that I decorated though, because it's so open to all these other rooms, and I just thought, how do I unify everything without making it feel matchy? And it sort of just came together organically, but it was a process, this room. When we first bought the house, this room was a slate blue, which again is a beautiful color. It's not one of my colors that I like to live in, but it was a pretty room, very, very traditional. I think they had a sofa here and 2 chairs. So to me, it wasn't very cozy. It wasn't a place that I felt like I'd want to come and sit and relax in. And so I thought I need a lot more furniture in this space. So as you can see, there's doorways into other rooms. There's a door that goes to the back patio. The window's off center, the fireplace is off center. I mean, nothing is symmetrical in this house. If you look at the ceilings, they're all crooked. That's part of the fabulousness of an 1807 house, but it is a challenge to decorate with. So I guess what I started with was knowing that I wanted to look at the fireplace, right? This fireplace makes me so happy. It is the original hearth for the home, so you can actually see there is one of those swing arms where they actually used to put the kettle for the hot water, and that's how they would cook. So I just love these little details that make me so happy. I just love how it's so big. It had a little tiny insert when we bought the house, and I thought, if I can't have this be a real fireplace, I need a big fireplace insert. So we just had that done a year ago, and I just love it. It kicks off so much heat, but not too much. And I love how tall the mantle is. I mean, I have to get on a step stool if I want to put things up here. You'll notice more food dogs. I've got them everywhere. They are good luck. So, hopefully that's probably, I'm hoping this is why, I love my life. I love my husband. I love my kids. I think they bring me good luck. I think, I've been very blessed in my life, and I like to think that they might have had something to do with it. But anyway, I love them. I love the Kelly green. I love the yellow. They just make me happy, and so I just love looking at them up there. It's not a very deep mantle, so you can't really have a huge painting like you might ordinarily do, but I think it works out really beautifully. So I started out with a sofa that used to be moss green. It was a silk velvet that one day my daughter came in from the pool and sat on. Thought it was a good idea, and that sofa. So I had to recover it anyway. And because I've got so much color going on in here, I really thought that the sofas needed to be quiet. Now, people will say, are you crazy? You have white sofas. But honestly, fabrics today have come such a long way. You do not have to put navy blue or red or dark green on furniture to make them practical. So this fabric actually is so soft, but it's a performance fabric. It's a Thibaut fabric. And when I tell you, you can draw with a crayon. You can drop red wine on this and it beads right up. If it's a crayon, it just blots right up. So I'm not a crazy person. I don't like spending money on recovering things. So even though I wanted white sofas, it had to be practical. So these get a lot of use. People sit on them all the time. My girls come in when it's too loud in the other room. They'll do their homework or they'll be on their phones. And they put their feet up. They don't take their shoes off, and they stay clean all the time. So anyway, just as a point of note, just don't feel like you have to do dark furniture all the time. If you have little kids and dogs, there's a way to do it. The second thing that happened in this room was I have all this art, right? So this beautiful painting that my mom did for me years and years ago used to be housed over the sofa, and I loved it there. And then I was turning 50, and my husband said, do you want to have a party? Do you want to go on a trip? Like, what do you want to do? And I said, you know what I want? I want this painting, and I know you're going to think I'm crazy, but I have to have him. Well, so there's a designer that I follow. She's based out of Singapore, and she would use these amazing tigers in some of her rooms. And I loved them. I wanted to find them. She never tagged them, so I never knew who the artist was. And I think it took me a year to find who, because I do folk art, folk art tigers, never could find it. Finally found them. And I found this one on Cherish. It's an artist called Jaime Parlayed. He's a Spanish artist. He's passed away. I thought, this is what I want, Matt. And he said, are you really going to put a tiger in our beautiful house? And I said, yes, I am. Actually, I am. And I love him so much. He's such a conversation piece. He's the first thing you see when you walk in. And I love that it's a little bit edgy. He's a little bit unexpected. I can't say enough good things about him. He's not for everybody, but he makes me so happy. So he came all wrapped up in this big bag, and I had to take him to a local framer. They stretched him out on a canvas board, and I just chose a very thin, it's an antique looking frame, but he is the star. I don't need a big fancy frame for him, and plus he's huge, so I really had to watch what I put around him. But I love him so much, and he sort of anchors the space. And I had found this fabric. This is a Lee Joffa fabric that I loved, and I loved this like pumpkin-y orange color, which you'll see is here. This was not plans at all. I literally love this. I love chartreuse. I love this color. This is the color of my scullery. And I thought, oh my gosh, he works so beautifully in here. So I took the other painting, threw him over here, and now I've got two big, huge statement walls, which I love, because again, I don't think you just have to have one. You can have as many as your room will allow. Little corners, just throw art over there. All of these paintings, some of them kind of go, some of them don't. I mean, some people might think this doesn't go together. To me, it is so harmonious. It's just, I love all of the colors. You can mix different colors together as long as on the color wheel they balance each other out and they don't clash. It doesn't matter if you don't even have it in the room. Like I have some bright pink in a couple pieces, and I don't really have bright pink in here, and yet it works. I had these Billy Baldwin style slipper chairs. They were actually in my husband's office in our other house. And so I loved that they were low, so they don't block what's behind it. Plus, this is the hallway, the passageway that goes into the rest of the house. I didn't want something big and cumbersome. They're actually so comfy, and I'm obsessed with this Brunswick and Fee chevron bar silk fabric. I've used this in a couple different clients' homes in a bunch of different colorways. I love them all, but this colorway worked best in this room, and I was just so excited to be able to use it finally. And so I also, me, I love a table skirt, so I put a skirted table over there, and I thought, let's just throw that on the other side of the room as well, just to create balance in a room that doesn't have a lot of balance. There's not a lot of symmetry in here, so it's just sort of, evened out the room. Another fun thing is this coffee table. I just love this lucite coffee table, a little bit more contemporary than one might think would go in a room like this, but not me. I love it. I love that you can see through to the beautiful Persian rug underneath it. The funny thing is, this used to be in our sunroom in our other house, and I think I hadn't had this table 2 days when my little one, who I think was like 4 or 5 at the time, had like, I don't know, Barbies or Breyer horses, and was playing on it and scratched it all up. So I thought, oh my God, I didn't even want to tell my husband. I thought he's going to kill me. But again, I can't have things in my house that my family can't love and use. So I thought, you know what? I love coffee table books. This is where they're going to live. So I started stacking them up, and I love them. I will come in here sometimes on a Sunday, there's not much going on, and I will look at all of these books, and they're such a source of inspiration. And my friends and family come in, and I'll see them. These will all be messed up because people actually do look at them. Most of them are decorating books because I just think that they're just so pretty to look at people's homes. But I do love flowers too, so I have like a book on dahlias, and I just, not only are they colorful, but they're just, it's something to do in a room besides just sitting and talking. And I just love them. I know I need to stop buying them. I have way too many. Another thing that I did when this was my original couch that I wanted to find a mate to it, but I didn't want it to be exactly the same. So you'll see, and you'll notice, this is a tight back sofa. It's actually quite comfortable, but I wanted something a little squishier. So same arms that this, and I love a tea cushion. I'm not a straight cushion kind of girl. I just like the old classics, but these have the loose back cushion. So it's the same style, but it's not the same, which again, as long as it's in the same fabric, totally works. And another thing that I not a lot of people notice, I was obsessed with this trim. This is a Schumacher trim that I just thought was so beautiful. And originally I was going to do the sofa in a color, and you would have seen it a little bit more. But I actually like that it's just adding dimension and texture. It doesn't have to scream at you, you know, to be beautiful. It's something that maybe you don't notice until you're sitting here, and then you look down at the sofa and think, oh, isn't that pretty? So I love things like that kind of catch you off guard, that you think everything's one way, and then if you look at it closer, you see some surprises. Another fabric that I have always loved and that I've always wanted to use in a client's home, and nobody was a taker yet, so I thought, listen, I'm going to use it for myself, is this. This is a Skylar Samperton fabric that I just love. It's funny, when I was growing up, my mom used Paisleys a lot, and I hated them. I was like, oh, I can't stand Paisley. And now they're like the main show in my living room. So I've evolved as a designer. But I love these little sweet chairs. They're really comfortable, but they're not only comfortable, but they're, you know, they have this little pretty detail. I love the arms that sort of just come out like this. You know, you can have comfortable pieces of furniture that are still pretty. I think, you know, that's something that I'm really good at, is finding beautiful pieces that actually you want to sit in and hang out. Again, I love a bouillon, so I just added some bouillon to the bottom, and they make me so happy. Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite rooms. I know I keep saying that, but it is. And the other thing that you may not notice, and it might be hard to see on camera, the walls are actually pink, which may be surprising to some of you. I think people are more comfortable with pink now than they ever were before. I want to say this room has been painted 6 times. Started off with a stronger pink, a little too much. A week later, when my husband went away, I said to my painter, can you come back? I don't want him to know. Can you? And I took everything down and we painted it again. Then it was too washed out. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm like the clients that drive me crazy when, you know, they're like, well, I don't know if it's right. I think I will ask my painter when I see him tomorrow. I am pretty sure it was 6 times, but it's the perfect pink. And I can't tell you what color it is because we added white to some. This is definitely a custom mix, but it's again, pink rooms in sunlight and in lamplight and at night, they glow. They really do. And so I love them in dining rooms and rooms that you're going to spend a lot of time in. They not only make you look good, they make everything look good. So that's another little trick. Sometimes if you want to have a neutral room, instead of doing it white, do it in a drop of pink. I'm telling you, it will change your life. So another little thing I think is really fun is I tell clients, if you find something you like, just get it. We'll find a place for it, because if you love it, it will work, I promise you. So a couple little things that I just love about this room. These shell wall plates, wall brackets I just love them. I love the shell detail. I love a wall bracket because I love a plate on a wall. And even though you can just hang them, I think it's sometimes fun just to have them resting on something. These turquoise lamps I found at an antique store a couple years ago, and I love them. They're so strong, they're so intense, and they make this whole painting just feel important, and there's nothing I don't love about these plates. I love them. Another really, really sweet little guy is, I found this, can't even remember where I found him, this little elephant side table. And what's funny is I found him before I even had a plan for this room, and then when I was thinking, oh, I need a little something on the side, I remembered I had him, again, in the barn somewhere gathering dust, and when I brought him in, I noticed, look at the colors. This is the same like orangey color that's in the pillows, that's in the tiger, this beautiful aqua. This is the exact same color green that's everywhere. I mean, sometimes things just work out. It's like I did not plan that, but I just love his little personality. I love his eyes. And again, it's a little touch of whimsy so that your rooms aren't too serious. I think that's really important to make people feel welcome and comfortable when you can have a room that you can have a little fun with. So I know I said this was my favorite room in the house. This next one might be my favorite. Come on, come with me. Okay, so this is what we lovingly call the blue room. I think every house should have a room that's like a big hug. And when I say that, I mean all painted in one color in a high gloss that just makes you feel warm and like you are in a giant big hug. And this is that room for us. It's this little tiny room that started out as an office. I'm not sure what it originally was for, but the people that had it before us had it as an office. And I thought, what a waste of a little room. No one's ever going to come in here and do anything. So I really want a room that we're going to use. I don't want any room in my house to not be something that you use. But this room was just so cozy and special, and I thought I want to make it a place, a destination place. So we have a little bar set up in one of the windowsills, and my husband and I will come in here and, you know, have a glass of wine and turn the fire on. And especially when it's snowing out, it is the most cozy room ever. I love everything about this room. We have this big piano in here. So this Steinway, it's a 1929 Steinway with the original ivory keys, which they don't do that anymore, thankfully. But anyway, it came with it. This was in our other house in Villanova. A little old lady had the house, and it was in front of a window with a bunch of potted plants, and it was completely destroyed. She didn't want to take it with her. I didn't want it either, to be perfectly honest. But my husband wanted it, so we had it refinished. I think it was 8 months this thing was away to make sure that it was the original stain, all of this. This wonderful gentleman in Westchester does piano restoration for us. And because, you know, we had great dreams of having our girls play the piano and, you know, play for guests when they come. Not that we live like that, but, you know, in theory, we're having a Christmas party and the girls play. That never happened. They took piano lessons for, I think, 2 months and hated it. And so I thought, all right, that's over. So we had a player put in it, which apparently doesn't affect the overall value of it, but it actually plays music. So it's got its own little iPad. And so over the holidays, you put like Sinatra on or Michael Bublé or classical jazz, and it just adds that old time historic feeling of, you know, being in a house that you didn't have music like we have it wired in now, and it plays, and it just, I think it's such a neat touch. And I didn't want this here because it sucks up all of the room, but I think it actually works out beautifully. I think I can't imagine now. My original plan was to have a banquette built, and now I'm like, this is so special. I'm so glad that my husband was like, we're not getting rid of it. So he won that battle, and I'm glad he did. Some fun things about this room. Again, I wanted this room to tie into the living room because, again, it's, you know, it's right off of it, so I needed it to flow. So you'll notice the fabric that I have chosen has the same chartreuse. It's got some fun little deer, some birds, some butterflies. It's whimsical, but very, very traditional. And then to make it not feel stuffy and old lady, I added my own trim situation on down here. I had my upholsterer put a piece of aqua linen, and this is a Samuel & Sons velvet tape on either side. So if you can't find a trim you like, just make one your own. I just, you know, put these three together, and I think it worked out really, really well. Funny story about this fox, which I did not kill this fox, and no, nobody did. He was actually, this is awful, I can't even tell the story. He was found on the side of a road by my dad. He must have just gotten hit, and my dad found him, and my dad is like I am, an animal lover and a little bit crazy, and ended up having this stuffed and lived in one of the houses I grew up in, which, you know, I always thought he was so great. And so when we moved here and we have this old stone house and we've got foxes everywhere, my dad said, I think he needs to live here. So he came to live with me, and we love him. And in the holidays, he gets like a pretty bow, and, you know, anyway, he's fun. People come in and are like, oh my gosh, Erin, you have a dead fox in your room, but I love him. He doesn't have a name, but maybe we should name him. Anyway, he's cute. A couple other things that I think are fun in this space, again, with the shades, my gosh, I know. There's certain things, food dogs, coffee table books, and shades are my thing. So again, we added these Fermoy green, and I love them. They're like a mossy, olivey green shades on these floor lamps because I've got some, you know, lighting here, but I don't want this room to be overlit. I want this room to be cozy and a place that you come in and everything's like low and the fire's the light. So I love a floor lamp. Some traditional pieces, I love those. Those are from my parents, one of my parents' homes. It's a neat burl wood. You can't probably see, but the frames are a beautiful burl wood, and they have the names of the horses on them. I don't know, you know, if they're really that important, but I just love them, and I thought they were perfect in the vibe of this space. Again, we love horses, so you can see, you know, anytime I find a beautiful painting that resonates with me with horses, I just tend to buy it. So a couple other pieces of art in this room that are really special to me. This painting of a girl jumping her horse. I'd love to say this is my daughter, but it isn't, but it looks like my daughter. So there's a Devon horse show, which is once a year in the town of Devon. And if you have never been and you live around the area, or even if you don't live in the area, it's such a fun 2.5 weeks. All the horses, there's amazing, there's antique people bring their pieces there, wonderful vendors. It's just a really magical time, the end of May, beginning of June. And the first night, it's called the First Night of Devon, and they have a really great art show where there's lots of local artists, not local artists. And I went this year and saw that, and it just looked like my daughter. I found that, and I just love it. I love this. It even says like Wells Fargo, and there's that pop of red. Because again, every room, it's like black. I just feel like red needs to be in a room. Same night, I found this fox, who I just thought was gorgeous, and this is a new artist who I think it was her first year showcased there, and I was so excited, and I told her, I hope you keep doing this, because the detail on that fox is amazing. So, and I just love that I've got the fox over here and I got one over here. And this painting, there's a story to this. This is General Wayne, and he was given to us by the previous owners. They had been given it by the previous owners before them. So this has stayed in this house. So I think if we ever move, he will stay here, and I will gift him to the next people who are lucky enough to live here. But the funny thing is, he was in the foyer, and I just didn't think he was me. I think, I'm not really a bust type person. I'm a portrait person unless it's somebody that I know. So I didn't know what to do with him. So you know where he has been living until a couple nights ago? He has been in our wine room in the basement. We have a wine room that we did not build. It came with the house. And I felt really bad. Every time I would go to get a bottle of wine, I would literally apologize. Hand to God, I would apologize to him. I'm so sorry you're down here. I'm so sorry you're in this freezing room. But I didn't know where else to put him. And my husband's like, listen, we'll put him in there. It'll be kind of fun. So these are the kind of things that happen to me. I'm zhuzhing and I'm just sort of like organizing things. And I thought, oh my gosh, I think I want to bring him up. So without telling a soul, I brought him up and I put a nail in the wall and I hung him, and I'm so happy. I love him up here. And I just feel bad. It was like bad karma or something, or juju or something, that I had him in the freezing room in the basement. So now he's back up where he should be in the house. And again, I love the mix of the very serious General Wayne with some more whimsical art and like an abstract above the fireplace. I just think the mix of it is what makes this room interesting. So yeah, I'm so happy he's here. Remember how we were talking about hallways? This is again another little sort of unassuming little hallway that I needed to make feel important, because actually this was the original foyer to the house. Again, it's a Pennsylvania style stone farmhouse, so it's not a formal space. So there was no big grand foyer. So this is the staircase that goes up to the second floor, and it's sort of like right here. So I thought, I got to make this more of an important space, because this is the way we come to bed every night. This is the way we come down in the morning. So I decided to put this big piece of art here. I love this painting. Again, my mom had done this for me a long, long time ago. It's lived in many different spaces in my previous homes, but I thought she was perfect here because she's light and airy, but yet you can, when you walk in from the living room, you see her and it kind of draws you into this space. I love a wall bracket. Like I said before, I found these in an antique store in Roanoke, Virginia, visiting my sister. I like that they're more tailored. Some of mine are more rococo or like the shell detail, but these are very tailored. And I liked this is more of a softer painting with the strong wall brackets. And then again, I love my paint. I love my plates on the walls, and I had found these. I can't even remember. Again, I'm always hunting for treasures, and they end up in boxes until all of a sudden they become perfect for that spot I'm thinking of. So I added them here just because I needed something else going on. Put my Staffordshire dogs up here. Again, it just makes this room feel a little bit more important than just a little hallway. A couple fun pieces of art that I've collected along the way. And I love doing artwork upstairs. If you have even a little stairwell like this, I think it makes it feel grand. So you can kind of give it that little oomph that I think some more simple staircases need. And I just want to show you him. So when I was telling you I was at the Devon Horse Show, one of the antique dealers had this leopard who I was obsessed with. And I looked at him for like the entire week when I was there. And before I left, I said, you know, if I've been coveting him for an entire week and I can't stop thinking about him, I just got to bring him home. No idea where I'm going to put him because there's not a mate, so I couldn't put him on either side of a fireplace. There's just one. Where do you put this? And I love that he's here because when you're, again, in the living room and you kind of look down this hallway, he sort of makes you go, well, what's going on in here? There's this crazy little, you know, jaguar in here. And he makes me happy. And again, in the holidays, he gets a bow too. I love him so much. But I love this door. It's so pretty. You know, again, you don't really pay attention to this space because, you know, again, it's more of like the spot where like we as our family use. Guests really don't really come out here too much. But I love the curve. You can see it's all hand, the wood's all irregular. The glass is all, you know, the lead glass seated. It's just, I wish people still came in this entrance, but for us, I love it. So at least we get to enjoy it. And you'll see again the leopard carpet, practical. Everybody's up and down. Nobody takes their shoes off in our house, and it will wear and it will look as good in 10 years as it does today. Again, whimsical but practical. All right, so now that we've seen the majority of the house, I think I saved the best for last. Come with me. So welcome to my dining room. So this room is magical to me in so many different ways and for so many reasons. But I think it's like where everything I love all came to reside. The colors, the patterns, I just adore this room. So this was the more formal spot that people would come into in this house. There, like I said, this is a traditional 1800s house that had two front doors. So there's one door for the family and then one door that guests would come in. That's this door. So this was never a dining room originally. This would have been a receiving room for guests, which is why there's two fireplaces. So obviously a long time ago there wasn't any heat and air conditioning. So when it was cold, people would gather in front of the fire. So there would have been a collection of furniture here and a collection of furniture down there so that when you were having conversations, you could be warm. But I just love that there's two fireplaces in here. It just makes me so happy. So when we bought this house, it was red, which is very traditional and wonderful. And there was molding from about here down. And it was beautiful molding, all hand done. It wasn't even done with nails. It was all done with dowels. Wonderful artist, craftsman had done it. And I loved it. However, it was not on the other side of the room. And even though I say I love asymmetry and things that don't make sense, it bothered me that there was white molding on here and there was nothing over here. Well, the reason why it was not over here is because these windows are so low. They're so deep, which I love these windows. But there was really no way to then, you know, do the molding over here to dye into the windowsill. So it really bothered me, and I'd always dreamed of having panel wallpaper, a mural in here. And you can't do it on one side and not the other. So long story short, I felt really bad, but we took the molding off, fixed the walls, and I got my panel wallpaper. So I chose this Schumacher. It's actually Ixel wallpaper that Schumacher carries. They carry a bunch of different murals, and I love all murals because I love that there's ground and then it goes up into the ceiling. The thing I liked about this particular one is the leaves were a little edgier. Sometimes the mural wallpapers are, I want to say happier for lack of a better word, but maybe they have big fluffy flowers or cheerful little birds. And this had a little bit of an edge to it. And because I've got that amazing tiger in my living room, this room needed to not be so cute, or I don't want to say pretty, but not as like sweet. That's the right word. So we found this wallpaper, and I just absolutely loved it from the get-go. It's been my favorite thing. I just love this room. Everybody that comes in always says, oh my gosh, this wallpaper. And the cool thing is that there are a series of panels. I think there's 24 in this room, and none of them are the same. They don't repeat. So there's no two things at all. It just travels all the way through, and there's little surprises. You don't know, there's some with birds, there's a little bit of purple somewhere in here in some of the flowers. It's really fun because you can look at it all day long, and I always find something new that I didn't realize. Like just now I'm looking and I'm seeing this little cute butterfly above the doorway, which I just think is so sweet and charming. But yeah, I love this wallpaper. I don't want to say the struggle with this room is that it is, for as big as it is, it's a bit on the narrow side. So I have this gorgeous Baltimore vintage antique buffet that was in my other homes that you see in a dining room, and it wouldn't fit because the center of this room makes it so that if I were to put a big, buffet here, it would be very tight to get in and out. So that was sort of a little bit of thing I had to wrestle with. And part of that reason is this table is wider than normal. The nice thing is you can actually fit 2 people comfortably at each end. So when I am hosting a ton of people, my whole family, I can put 2 chairs on the end here, and we can seat 16 people here quite comfortably, which is crazy. But, if you build it, they will come. And so I always have everybody come to my house for dinner parties and holidays because I can accommodate everybody. And I love it. It's my favorite thing in the world. People don't do dinner parties anymore, and I'm bringing them back. I'm telling you. So funny story about this chandelier. So this is from an antique store in Baltimore. I said I'm originally from Baltimore, so I go back often to visit friends and family. I had seen this crystal chandelier for 3 years. And every time I saw it, I thought, oh my gosh, I'd love to find someone's house that could accommodate it. It's very tall, so you've got to have a taller ceiling, and it's quite large, so you can't put it in a normal size room. But I didn't have anybody that also wanted a crystal chandelier, something maybe a little more contemporary, maybe not as fussy. And I thought this room needs something really amazing. So I had been looking for a long time, and I kept coming back to the chandelier. And finally, after 3 years, I said, okay, fine, I'm going to get it. So now, how do I get it home? How do you get this home? Because you can't just put that in the back of your car and bring it home. So you know what I did? I'm crazy, honestly. Sometimes I feel like I need to get my head examined. I rented a U-Haul, and I wanted to get one that was like a van, so it had shock absorption. Well, my brother made me a big crate so that you could actually hang it, because you can't, again, put it in a car. So we had this big crate made with a big hook that it was going to hang down on, and it was too tall for the van. So here I am driving to Baltimore on 95. The roads are awful with the potholes, in a big box U-Haul van with no suspension, on my way to pick up this fabulous chandelier that I was like sweating, thinking I'm going to ruin this thing. It's going to break in this car. I don't know how I'm going to get this home. So I don't know how we got it out. We got it down from the ceiling. We put it in the car, and then I just prayed to God the entire way home. I mean, I literally drove 20 miles an hour. People were honking at me. It was the most stressful drive from Baltimore to Philadelphia in my life. But let me tell you something. When I got into my driveway, I opened up the back, and I looked at it, and not one crystal had fallen off, and not one crystal was broken. It was so great. I was so happy. It was like, if I do nothing else in my life, this was like the best thing. So I was so excited to get him. This just makes me so happy. It sort of set the tone for the rest of the room. And then, of course, because this is what I do, I pick things that then are impossible to match. I needed sconces. So there were some very plain brass sconces that were here, and I needed something obviously a little bit more fabulous. I think I spent a good year trying to find antique sconces that would work with this. Nothing worked. And wouldn't you know, Visual Comfort had these. These are Ralph Lauren, actually. They're brand new, but look at the detail. The ball is the same as here. The crystals are the same that's on here. Every single thing, the arms, like the Murano glass, is just like, it was like they were made for this. And the scale, I needed them big. I couldn't have little delicate lighting, because I need lighting in this room. So that was the find of my life. Finding these to go with this just made my life a lot easier. So again, I had this beautiful wallpaper to work with. I love chartreuse. So when I did the dining room chairs, I just thought, this is the star. We're not going to compete with this. So this is a beautiful cravat, strié, practical performance velvet that can take a beating. It's got a little bit of detail interest in it. This is not just a plain velvet, but it just is quiet, and it lets the star be the star. So I absolutely love that. And then again, I needed something for here, because typically you'd have a buffet where you could house all of your china or your silver, and I can't have that in this house. In this room. So I found this beautiful chinoiserie inspired mirror at another antique store. Shocker, where else would I find it? But it was really cool because I thought maybe it was a little too fussy, which I don't even know why I say that because I like fussy sometimes. But my friend said, those are dragons. I thought they were birds. They're dragons. And she said, you know, dragons are good luck. So again, with the foo dogs, and now I've got dragons to oversee me, then I was like, I have to get it because, you know, why wouldn't you? Everybody needs a little bit good luck. And it's big. And so it's sort of, you know, another thing that I always say to my clients is mirrors are not art. So unless a mirror is reflecting something pretty, you need a painting, right? So a mirror is either something that you need to look at, like in a bathroom, or as you're walking out in a foyer, you want to check your makeup or whatever, but they're not art. So if you're going to put a mirror, make sure what it's reflecting is beautiful. So it really reflects everything. So if you're sitting on that side of the table and you're looking at here, you're also seeing the beautiful wallpaper and all of the fun colors that I've got going on. I've actually got this set. We're going to host Thanksgiving, and so I thought, you know what, I'm going to set it now so that one thing I can cross off my list. So I love mixing things. I love mixing colors, and you know, I love these jeweled purple, sort of like an amethyst color, champagne flutes with this green glass, wine glasses. I have plain, you know, crystal, just plain clear, but I mean, again, why? And these colors, if you look, you'll notice there's the purples in here, there's, you know, again, some right over here, a couple different shades of the purple, you've got the green, so it sort of brings the wallpaper back onto the table, and I just love it. They always make me happy. They're just colorful. Another fun thing about this room is because it's so long, we've got all this negative space. So on the other side of the room, I always have a Christmas tree in the holidays. So I kind of try to keep that area to the left of the fireplace open because a big fake Christmas tree does go there. We will probably be putting up next week. We're just so excited for Christmas in this house. So that'll go there. But this space, I thought, well, okay, I have these beautiful built-ins that were here, that were built in the house. I love this shell detail. Again, mimics the shell that's in the wall brackets in the living room. I mean, all these little things are just ways you can kind of weave a house together. So I love these details, and I love, you know, housing my china. I love that people can see them. It makes me so happy to be able to showcase them. And again, the colors are so beautiful with the wallpaper. So I thought, okay, let's put some furniture in here. You maybe might not think that you'd put upholstery in a dining room, but honestly, if there's a fireplace and, you know, again, it's such a beautiful view, it's a nice day, there's a lot of people in the rest of the house, you want to kind of get away, it's a nice place to sort of sit down, maybe put your feet up, but also I think it just softens a room that, you know, only has, you know, brown furniture and not a lot of things to soften it. And again, I did the same, just again, keep it simple, same beautiful chartreuse strié velvet, and believe it or not, the little chairs that are in the living room, I had extra fabric. I didn't know what to do here, so I had my woman who makes my pillows for me add just little pillows, and I thought, oh, I'll just put them there for right now, and I'll probably pick something, and I love them. So, and I love that they're just a little pop of what's going on in there. Added this beautiful Samuel & Sons tape trim to the bottom, just to kind of dress them up, finish it off, and again, the tassels everywhere. These are actually silk tassels in this beautiful Prussian blue, which is the same color as the blue room that we just came from, and I added them to the lamps and to the built-ins. And again, you might not think you might want to put a lamp in a windowsill like this, but in a room like this, these are big windows. When I just thought I'm going to put them in there for a little bit of light before we had our chandelier, and it just was so cozy and warm. And I love when you drive by the front and you see those lights, because you don't know it's a dining room. It just looks so inviting, you know, like you want to, I wonder what's going on in that house. So again, thinking outside the box, you know, instead of just leaving them plain, you know, put a lamp in there. And I don't know if you noticed in some of the other rooms, all the rooms on the first floor have these curved walls, which I just think are so special. I mean, I just think they're so beautiful. Everyone said, why are you, you know, covering them up with these window treatments? But they're everywhere, so everyone gets to see them. But I just do love that detail, these plaster walls and these curved. And then the window treatments are probably one of my favorite things about this room. So I wanted something special, something impactful. I've got Romans in the rest of the rooms because you know, I got a lot of stuff going on the walls, and I thought, I really want to put panels in here. I love a good cornice. You know, I'm not a valance girl, but I'm a cornice. So I like the structure of a cornice, and you can do whatever you want. So I said, I want to keep the design simple, just a pretty white silk dupioni, but I just need it to not be boring. So I thought a little bit maybe about putting some tassel trim, and then I thought, that feels a little old to me. So I drew this out, and the woman who made them for me said, I gave her a heart attack. She said, I don't ever want to do this for anybody else. I'll do it for you. She was so worried that it wasn't going to turn out, and they turned out perfect. So it's actually the same fabric. It's the same velvet that she had cut out. She had to sew it all together and then make it in these like fun little whimsical curves. And it just adds, again, a bit of whimsy to a room that can maybe feel a little formal, because it is formal, but I want people to not feel that they can't, you know, let their hair down and have great conversation and maybe have an extra glass of wine. It sort of just makes the room a little bit more fun, which I think is really important in making a room someplace that you want to hang out in and, you know, stay and linger. So yeah, so no, I love this room. This room makes me so happy. I can't wait to have Thanksgiving this year. I'm starting a dinner club with some friends, and so we're all gonna, you know, a couple times a year host dinner parties. And like I said, I just think it's an art that people don't do anymore. Everybody just goes to a restaurant, and if your home is beautiful and you love it and you're proud of it, I think people just really enjoy being in the home as opposed to in a restaurant. So, you know, something to think about. Do your dining room and then host a great dinner party. I promise you, the memories that you'll make from it, you'll carry with you for a lifetime. So thanks for visiting. What does home mean to me? I mean, it's really everything. I mean, home is a place that you feel yourself in, that you are surrounded by the things that you love, the people that you love. It's the place you want to be at the end of the day. It's the place you can't wait to come home to after vacation. It's a place where we're building all these memories. You know, our families, you know, they're growing. My kids are growing so fast, and we just like to be together, and I want to be with everyone as much as we can, and I love that this home is that kind of place that you just want to hang out at. You know, it's not only beautiful, but it's comfortable, it's cozy, there's room for everybody to sort of get away from each other when we need to, but it's also the heart of me, this home. I love when my whole family can come here on the holidays. You know, we're the house that everybody comes to for Thanksgiving and Christmas. And I love that all my family's making memories, my extended family's making memories in this home. It's, you know, I love to travel, and I love to, you know, go out to dinner, but at the end of the day, we just like being here. We like playing Uno and watching family movie night, and our home is our sanctuary. It's where everybody feels the most comfortable, and a place that we can all be together and enjoy each other and feel safe and loved. And, you know, I can't think of a better thing than to have a home that you love and that you feel proud of and that you want to share with your family and your friends. And so home to me is everything.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Colleen Simons. I'm an interior designer in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Welcome to my house and come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Well, welcome to our house. We love living here. I've lived here with my husband, Henry, and my two sons, John and George, for about 7 years. We moved here from New York City. My husband and I are both from Pittsburgh originally, and after living in New York for a long time, we decided to come back. And it's been wonderful. We're so happy to be here, and we're so happy in our house. The house itself was a big project, bigger than we initially anticipated, as often happens. But this is an old home. I think it was built around 1911, so it's over 100 years old. And when we first saw it, I loved it because really the high ceilings. We have 10-foot ceilings in here, and we have them on the second floor too. And I think that was the first thing when I first walked in that I noticed. You know, that's something that just sets a tone for a house that you can't really decorate around, or you can't create higher ceilings with design. So it's just one of those structural things that makes a really big difference in how a house feels. So that, I think, was my first kind of impression of the house. It's a pretty typical kind of center hall colonial style house. It's sort of just a square. And when we first saw it, we just had it was sort of laid out in 4 parts. The kitchen was over here with a small dining room, a living room here, and then the staircase, and that was kind of it. Cosmetically, really here, what we kind of did is I did want the house to feel a little bit more contemporary. I knew when I first saw it that it was kind of a blank slate, and it could take on a little bit of a different feel. Again, when we first saw it, it had white siding and green shutters with like little hearts on them. It just felt a little more colonial, but I could see the potential. I could see that it sort of had the potential to be something a little different and a little more contemporary. There were a lot of applied moldings that were not original, that had been added somewhere along the way. I took all of those down. I just wanted to clean it up. We have all new doors and windows, which also made an enormous difference in how the house feels. Also, people come in here and they talk about how quiet it is. We live on kind of a busy street, but it is really quiet in here. It feels pretty peaceful. I think those are the new windows. But the new windows and doors gave it a more modern feeling. Here in the entry, a few things that caught my eye first by the front door, which is obviously original to the house and I loved. And that kind of frames this entry, niche, vestibule, whatever you want to call it. It just makes for a really nice kind of moment because you're separating this sort of from the rest of the room. So I do use a lot of wallpaper in my work, and this felt like a really good opportunity to do something that was colorful. It sort of sets the tone for the whole house right when you walk in. I use a ton of color in my home, and I want to kind of just establish that from when you first walk in the front door. I love how colorful this paper is. The greens that really speak to the outdoors. Since you're right here, you're sort of seeing them both together. You're looking outside, but this is right here, so they really connect in that way. And it just kind of frames this doorway. And for anyone that comes in, it's like, okay, I'm gonna set the tone of the house right here. This is my home, it's colorful, it's not super serious, but it has some visual impact, and that's really what I was trying to do. So then moving into the rest of the entry, you can see that all of the walls here, I think this is Super White by Benjamin Moore is the paint color. And this is the paint color throughout the house. Since I do use so much color and pattern in the furnishings, the carpets, art, sometimes it's nice to just have sort of a blank canvas for all of those things. And I like that kind of clean background. I know people think that I wallpaper every room I ever come in contact with, which is maybe true. But I do also like sometimes to just have that kind of clean slate when you do have a lot of other interest in things in the rooms. Sometimes you need like a quieter background or sort of like a quieter moment for your eye to kind of take it all in. So, and here too, one thing to think about is when you have these sort of open spaces, if you start wallpaper here, you don't really have anywhere to stop it. So then it's all the way through your second floor. And sometimes that works, but sometimes it's too much of something. So here I just felt like, okay, the main kind of artery of the house, we're just gonna keep it really clean, white, bright. We have a lot of nice natural light in here, but I wanted the house to feel nice and bright. Pittsburgh has a lot of gray days, so you don't want to paint your walls gray here. That's not the right move. But the white just felt really clean and fresh, and just a great sort of neutral backdrop. I love leopard. You can maybe see that here. We have this leopard runner that goes all the way up to the third floor. I'll tell you a few reasons I love this. First of all, it's incredibly durable. It's a wool runner. I have 2 boys and a husband. This house is busy, it is active. And frankly, I think the runner looks as good today as it did when we installed it 7 years ago. It really doesn't show anything. If you choose a dense pattern like this in sort of a medium color, this isn't too light, it'll hide a lot of sins. So, and it's just, again, it's a little bit playful. It's not that serious. And it works with everything else. So that's our runner. And we have some art here. This is actually art that my husband, Henry, this is his art, these super balls. This was a big project of his a few years ago. And so they're really big, and this is a perfect spot for them. We have these really cool drawings of my 2 kids, my 2 boys, that are actually all done in pen, which is unbelievable that they can be like this with using only a pen. The artist is so talented. So those are a couple of my favorite pieces in here. So now we're going to move into the sort of combined living room and dining space, and we'll start over here in the living area. So this is kind of a long rectangular room. Sometimes when you have rooms like this or spaces like this, it works to sort of divide it into zones. So here, this is really our living room and our family room and our den, and all in one. Everything that you would do in that kind of a space we do here. This is our main TV. So my kids are lying in here on the couches watching TV and eating on them and making a mess, and so everything kind of happens here. Again, you can see here that I use a lot of color in my design. I did work in fashion for a long time before I moved into interiors, and when I worked at J. Crew in New York, I think that's really where my love for color was fostered even more. J. Crew is so known for color and the beautiful color combinations, and it's like a whole study of color. It's like I could write a dissertation about color. Color is my other language, and so I am just particularly attracted to certain tones, certain shades. I can see something, I could see a fabric, I could see a paint color and just say like, oh, I just know I love that. I just respond to it immediately, and that's what I encourage my clients to do too. When we look at paint swatches or fabric swatches or wallpapers, whatever, if you just have that gut reaction, that immediate reaction to something, just listen to that. That means that you love it, and you don't really even need to know anything else. Like, if you love it and you want to live with that, it makes you happy. It's also scientific and biological. Living in certain colors, with certain colors, or in rooms that are certain colors, it affects your mood. It affects this is all real. And so I just really subscribe to that. So I want to live with color that I love. And for me, I guess that's a lot of colors. I love blues, I love pinks, I love all of these tones. To me, they feel optimistic. They feel, I don't know, they just set a tone in here that I just always respond to. So the first piece that I started out with in here was the rug. And sometimes I do that in projects too, not all the time, but sometimes a rug is a very good starting point. It's obviously the sort of the foundation for your room. So this rug is from Joseph Carini in New York, and I had seen a different colorway of it in a magazine, and I was really drawn to the geometry of it, but also that it's sort of soft too. The rectangular pattern, it's not a perfect rectangle, right? So it has that softness, but it's graphic and it's strong in its way, and it's going to set a tone. And that was the first, so I had not designed this room at all. I just saw this rug and I went to the showroom. I looked at it and then I chose the colors. You can do any color you want. I chose the colors and that was it. And so it was like, all right, well, this is going to be the first thing here, and then I'm going to figure out all the other things around it. And my process for doing that is that then I start playing with other color swatches, fabric swatches. Okay, what colors do I like with this sort of pinky, mauve-y color in the carpet? What do I think works with that? Well, okay, then I was loving the blue with that. So I was like, okay, well then what are the big pieces in the room? Then you always have to think about your furniture pieces. What are the biggest pieces? What's going to register the most? So in a room like this, it's probably your sofas, right? So it's like, okay, well then what's the sofa going to be? Well, I love how this blue mohair is kind of looking with this pinkish wool in the carpet. So, okay, so then maybe that's our first point of combination. And then it's like, well, okay, where am I going to get some pattern? This is sort of a combination of floor planning and layout plus scheming with fabrics. So then it was like, well, this really playful, another sort of leopard. You can see I do like leopard. Here works really nicely too with the carpet. This is also playing with sort of positive and negative spaces. Now the carpet has like the light ivory ground, this sort of dark gray ground. Those balance each other well. So I was like, okay, well then these are going to be the chairs. These are vintage chairs that I had found one of. We made a second. So that's how the scheme in here started to come together. We had this ottoman in our old apartment. I think we recovered it for here. This is just a big soft hide. I like this because there are no sharp edges. My kids can roll around on it or jump on it or whatever, and it's going to be indestructible. So that has held up. So this is the one thing that I did change a couple years ago after I've changed nothing here in like 7 years. I think this is the only thing I've changed. I had another blue sofa here, but this fabric is a Joseph Frank fabric that I absolutely love. I love the brightness. I love the pattern. I love the colors. I love the vibrancy. I just look at this and it makes me super happy. So I knew I wanted this somewhere. And when I looked at the swatch in here, you can see it works with, it's picking up the blues on the sofa, the pink and the carpet. It was working with other things that were already in here. It worked with the pattern chairs. I knew it would be great. So I bought a vintage sofa, and then I actually had this slip cover made. So this is a slip cover, and that was a choice because I wanted it to feel a little bit more relaxed and a little different than the upholstery that I had on these sofas. It's just to like mix things up so everything doesn't have the same sensibility necessarily, but everything works together. So this is kind of a statement piece now in the middle of the room, and all these colors are, again, kind of setting a tone and setting a mood. It worked really well with this fabric on the dining chairs. These were dining chairs. These are vintage chairs that we had also in our previous apartment in a different color. And I reupholstered them in this sort of geometric stripe. You can see how these shapes sort of, just pull this on. You can see how this sort of rectangular pattern is kind of speaking to the rectangular pattern in the rug. So that's how those things are working together. They don't match, but they're speaking kind of the same language. I loved that vibrancy over here. Again, they're also practical because it's a pattern, it's colorful, they can hide things. This is not like a white silk. So these hide some sins, they hide some stains, and they're fun. So I love introducing that color over here, and then that's how the palette and the room all starts to work together. So as a kid, I always loved houses, and I thought I wanted to be an architect. I was very, very interested in houses, and I would draw them, and that was just always an interest of mine. But I think when I considered briefly becoming an architect or going to architecture school, it felt like very specific schooling, and I think feeling pigeonholed into that made me a little nervous when I got there, and it was like, well, maybe it's too technical, I don't know. So I didn't end up pursuing architecture, but I did always love houses as a kid. After college, when I got my first job for the Gap, that job was in fashion and retail, and that I think was really where my interest in fashion, and I didn't even know that was a career. I didn't even know that was a job. But when I got there, it was like, oh, there's this whole industry out there that is this really exciting mix of sort of right and left brain interests. It's like, we're running a business, these are huge businesses, it's math and it's business and it's all that stuff, but it's also about clothes, and it's about trends and customers and retail and merchandising and like all this softer skills too that really appealed to me. So that's really where I started in fashion, and I worked the Gap for 5 years. Then I moved to New York to work for J. Crew, and there again, that was when J. Crew was kind of having its renaissance, or one of its it's had a few, but that was really when I think at the time J. Crew was really known for their beautiful fabrics and beautiful colors. We would use Italian fabrics. We would use these Ratti prints. I mean, these are gorgeous, beautiful silk prints. That was like an exposure to a whole other world that really just opened my eyes to all of these beautiful materials, and learning from the design team there about color and how many shades. I mean, we would lay out a color palette for cashmere sweaters that, a sweater that has 50 colors, and you are going to choose all of those 50 colors. That to me is the most fun exercise that there could ever be. So that is, again, I think it's a combination of just innate artistry and seeing something and just saying, oh, I love that. That is just speaking to me. That I know, that is like a best-selling color. That's gonna be our #1 color. That is really where that kind of foundation of, I think, love for color really started. I worked at J. Crew for 7 years for a few reasons. When it was time to do something else, I went to Parsons in New York and I did their interior design program, which is a program it was like a 2-year thing for people who were already in other careers. And that was, again, my first real exposure to the technical side of design and I guess really more of the technical aspects. I had a lot of these softer skills with like color and fabric and material. I understood a lot of that from my first career in fashion, but understanding the technical part of the business, how do you lay out a room? I mean, there are a million things, and I've learned a million more things since then because running a business and working with clients is a whole other education that didn't even come from Parsons. But that's really how that transition started. I'm just a person who is always drawn to color. It's like where I start. It's where I start a project. It's where I start a room. I can walk into someone's house and walk into someone's room, and it's the first thing that I think of. Like, how is this room going to feel? What is the envelope of the room going to be? I always think about your floors and your walls. Like, that is like the envelope of your room, right? That's gonna have the greatest impact on how the room looks and feels. So you need to really understand what those surfaces are going to be. And for me, they're always informed by color. So one really special piece of art here is this painting, because my husband and I bought this together as sort of a wedding gift to each other when we first got married. This artist is Natasha Law. I first saw her, I think I've told this story before, but I used to walk to work in New York, and I would walk along 9th Street in the Village. And so, I had the same commute every day twice. And so in New York, like, half the fun is looking in people's windows, right? Because you're just on the sidewalk. And especially if it's a little later at night and the windows would be dark, you're looking into these gorgeous West Village townhouses, right? It was like, oh my gosh, like, how do these people live? And I would always see this painting in one of the houses that I loved. Of course, I had no idea what it was. And somewhere along the line, I guess I started researching it. I don't know. I figured out, I saw it in a magazine or something. It was like, oh, that's the artist. Her name's Natasha Law. So I figured out how much I loved her work. And we ended up buying this painting together as like a apartment wedding gift to each other. And I love it. Again, here you can see, I love the painting itself, but a huge part of that has to do with the colors in it. I was just so drawn to this finish and the color and how simple and clean it is. I just love it. And so, we've been married for 15 years now, so I guess this is 15 years old. And I still love it as much as I did the first time I saw it. So again, I think those things stay with you. I know I hear people say a lot that, oh, I'm gonna get sick of things, or especially people that maybe are a little bit afraid to invest in like a colorful sofa or whatever it is, wallpaper. And it's like, well, no, I'm gonna get sick of that. And it's like, I don't really understand. I feel like if you love something, I have never gotten sick of anything I'm not sick of anything in here. And I've lived with these things for a long time. And I think if they really resonate with you initially, I think it stays that way. I think you get sick of things that you don't really like, that maybe you bought because you were in a time crunch, or you were like in a hurry, or you felt like, I think things that aren't initially so exciting to you that maybe you buy for one reason or another, those are the things I think that you end up replacing. I would never replace this piece of art. Again, I love to look at this. It makes me happy every day. I want to live with it all the time. So that is a really special piece in here. These sketches are also done by my husband, Henry. And I love the way that they, this wall is really big, right? So when you're figuring out what art to hang in your house, you really need to understand proportion and what size art you need for the wall that you are working with. And this wall needs something really big. If it were not this grid of small things, you would need to have a really large, one thing. But the grid worked so well here. You can see how it's also, again, it's sort of speaking back to the rug, the rectangles in the rug. Like this is where all of the shapes are kind of working together. You can also see like we have these bookcases built in that we built in on that side of the wall. So there's like grid. It's like this geometry that sort of you keep coming back to. That to me is very aesthetically pleasing. It sort of creates some order in the room. And then the balance to that are these sort of florals, like a pattern that's looser, that's more organic, like what's on the sofa. That's the tension that works together. Something that's more rigid and maybe geometric, and something that's really loose and organic. And these here, I mean, they're so special because he did them, but they're different. And the black and white here is a nice also balance to all of the color in the room. This was meant to be like, what if we were going to have a more formal dinner or like a Thanksgiving dinner or something, that was meant to be here. And we do those things. This table extends, so now it's a little shorter since the tree is here, but usually it's a little bit longer. But I liked also when we built this window seat into it, part of it was like trying to create that mood that is a little bit more casual. So it was like, okay, well, you can be sitting here and maybe a couple people are sitting back there and you're all kind of talking, and it doesn't feel so stiff. It doesn't feel, we do use this more casually or regularly because again, this is our main TV. So if usually my boys and my husband, if they're watching a movie or whatever and like eating dinner, they're sitting here watching the TV. So we do use this pretty often. This is a vintage table, so it has some use on it. Again, it doesn't feel super pristine. I like things to have a little bit more, I like things to look very sophisticated, but they can also be relaxed. Like sophisticated doesn't have to mean serious, and like that it feels like you have to, sit like this. It's like you can be relaxed here, but I think this room still feels stylish and done, but it also, this is like a family space, and we built these bookcases in when we did the renovation too, also because we had a lot of books that needed to be stored somewhere for the most part, but bookcases make a room feel inviting. When you said to make a room feel warm and inviting, books will do that for you on their own. So that also just makes this feel like, okay, you can lie here and it feels a little more den-like or a little more library-like, just having the bookcases. And I wanted them to be all around the window in this really pretty color. It also balances the room because you have the built-ins on that side, so it's kind of needed that balance over here, so it's sort of weighted equally. You don't want like everything heavy on one side, and then like if I just had this table here and nothing here, it's just not, it wouldn't, the visual weight of that wouldn't feel right. So yeah, this can also be a more casual space. This is another vintage piece that I got maybe a year or so ago that I love. I love the warmth of that wood. I think one thing that I was trying to do is always try to make sure that the room feels warm. When we have like white walls and these sort of black windows, that can feel a little on the colder side. It's modern, so you need all of these other tones to balance things out, so it doesn't feel, I don't want a black and white room. To me, that feels very cold. So that's why when you bring in all of these warm woods, it helps that feel and it helps that kind of tonality. Next, we're going to walk into our kitchen, so follow me this way. And here we are. You can see here that, again, like if the house is sort of a square, we've got the staircase in the middle, that living space is on the one side of the square, and the kitchen is on the other. So we made the kitchen be this whole half of the square. When we bought the house, there was a wall here and the kitchen was here, and there was a more formal dining room here. But for our needs and just wanting more open space, we needed a bigger kitchen, actual cooking space. I wanted a table here, a real proper kitchen table. So we just opened it into one big area, which works really well for us. Here at the table, this is our everyday space. This is homework space. This is like everything space. So I love this pedestal table. It's a classic Saarinen that works in every room you've ever seen it in, a classic for a reason. I think the other element here, again, that was important to me to incorporate was color. So I guess, why don't we start here with the cabinetry, because that's probably the biggest decision that you're gonna make in a kitchen. So the cabinets are Faro and Ball railings, which is a very, very dark navy. Sometimes almost looks, it's not black, but it's a really, really dark navy. So sometimes people think it's almost black or like a really dark gray, but it's actually just a really, really deep navy. I tried some other colors, and I settled on this one for a few reasons. Well, one, I just love navy. So for me, navy is such a classic color, but it's not black. And it's, again, for me, it's really easy to live with. I don't tire of it. I just don't. I wear a lot of navy clothes. I love living with it. It gives me a little color, but it's not anything that feels so specific, like it feels trendy. Navy's not trendy. To me, navy is like always, and navy is just classic. But it's dark and it's deep. And that, I really like that in here. So I think that was the first decision, the cabinet color, which is railings. So another big decision in here with the cabinetry was adding these open shelves, which we have here, and then going around the corner there. So I know open shelving is also a controversial topic in design. My personal opinion is that I like to have a mix of both. So I wouldn't want all open or all closed. I like a little mix. And the reason I like these, for me, they're super easy. Our dishwasher is right here. So when you're unloading the dishwasher, you always have to think about, this is the practical side of design, you always have to think about, you gotta be close to everything that's coming out of the dishwashers, you want it to be right here, right? So these are our utensil drawers, because I'm gonna take the utensils from the dishwasher and put them away right here. And then the everyday dishes, which are cereal bowls, this is the stuff that is every day that my family uses. So it's right here in the dishwasher, and I go right here. And it never really moves any further than that, other than to the table. There's no cabinet doors to even open or close. So for me, this is not hard to maintain. People always say, oh, but they're gonna get messy or they look bad. And it's like, I mean, it's not, for me, I can stack just plain plates. They're just white. These are bowls from Crate and Barrel. These are not fancy. But they're simple and they look perfectly fine in a stack, and I'm not merchandising them. I'm not doing anything to them to make them look any certain way. You're just gonna put them here, and to me, they look fine. So I like that simplicity and the openness of how that feels for some things. Again, I would not want it everywhere, but for me, I like that. And over here, we just like, again, these are the glasses that we use every day. So they're just going here to here to here, no further. So it's not difficult, I think, to maintain or clean or any of that stuff. Now, on the other hand, you know, when you have lots of ugly things, necessary, but ugly, whatever, bottles and things, I don't want to look at all of this. So this is where I want a closed cabinet, because I don't want to see all these messy labels, all of this clutter, I don't want to look at that. So that's why I like closed cabinetry for some things, but the open shelves to me helps the space feel more open, and I think it's easy to use. Here, just like the materials we chose, I like the warmth of the wood of the shelves. We did these sort of metal rods that will make it look like they're being suspended from the ceiling. It's just clean and simple. Again, you have to think about warm materials and cold materials. Like wood is warm, the tile is cold. You always want the balance of those things so the space feels warm. Another big decision are countertops, which is always a hard one for clients and everybody. These are soapstone countertops. I love them. I think that their natural characteristics are so beautiful. I love the veining. I love the kind of plays of, like, sometimes they have a little blue in them. Sometimes they look more blue. Sometimes they look more gray. Sometimes they look black. It's sort of all a variation. Depends on the slab that you choose. But I just love the natural beauty of them. I love the way that they worked with a dark cabinet. So even though they are a little bit soft and they can scratch, you can see little scratches on them. They're not perfect, so they're not totally indestructible. They're a natural material. They're busy enough that I don't really see it that much, or if I do see it, it just doesn't really bother me. So I have loved living with the soapstone, and I just find like the natural beauty of it really pretty. This is a new floor here. So because the kitchen was a total gut job, this is a new floor in the house. The other floors were just refinished, so we just refinished those to match this. But my contractor likes to say, like, this is the only level floor in the whole house since the house is really old. But here, this is white oak, and I chose the herringbone for in here to just mix it up. It's just more interest that you can add to the floor, basically. But it's very classic. This is just white oak. But I like that it feels, I don't know, maybe it feels a little bit playful, but at the same time, the herringbone is super classic. Again, these are like classic choices. These are things that have been around for a million years. So this is nothing new and trendy, but it just kind of gives more dimension to the room in this kind of long, now that it is such a long, open rectangle, I like the way that looked. And then we did add these beams to the ceiling. That's really, again, these are just for warmth. Like here, these ceilings are 10 feet tall, and I knew that they needed a little something just so you didn't feel a whole expanse of white drywall. That never feels that good. So the beams are breaking it up. They're adding visual interest, they're adding texture, and they're just like giving you all that warmth. I didn't originally have these two beams in the eating area, but we needed them because after living here for a few months, I just felt like this space needed something else. It has a lot of windows, which is great, but I needed warmth in here to balance a lot of glass. And so we added these beams here. And then of course the ceiling wallpaper, which is really important. And that was also just for pattern to liven this up and to kind of connect these two. The tones in the wallpaper work with the cabinetry and the soapstone. So then that's kind of like bringing the two together. People, you know, every time they want to ask you about design trends and what's in or out, subway tile often gets on the out list, like, oh, I'm sick of it. And I mean, again, it's classic for a reason. I'm not sick of it. I just like it here as a neutral, sort of clean backdrop. Again, I have a lot of other things going on, so I didn't also need the tile to be like a major statement. Sometimes you kind of want to pick your spots of like, what do I want to feel super focal, or what do I want to register? And I love beautiful tile of all kinds, but in here, I had enough. I felt like other things going on that the tile could just be simple. And I do like a lot of tile, so I did want, like, that's why we continued it all around the windows, all around the door casings here, all around the shelving, all the way to here. You know, it's not just up to here as the backsplash, and then, because then you're just dealing with more drywall, which is always your least interesting choice. So more tile I think is better. And you know, this is white subway tile. It's inexpensive, it's not fancy, so the more the better. This is where the original house stopped. So again, it was just really like a square. And so this is the addition that we put on. And the reason that we did this was, so originally the house had a detached garage, and I really wanted to attach the garage to the house. It's cold in Pittsburgh, and I wanted to be able to pull into the garage and come right into the house without having to go outside. So the original idea was that we would just attach the garage to the house, and we sort of had this flat space in the yard between the two that lent itself pretty naturally to this breezeway space. And then also what the breezeway is functioning as is really like a mudroom. So we didn't have any storage on the first floor. All we have now is we've got like one small coat closet under the stairs, but we don't have any other storage. So the breezeway was also an opportunity to act as a mudroom and add all of that storage for all of the things that everyone has, and the mudroom that every family needs, that I feel like I end up adding to all my clients' houses when they don't have one, because you have all the kids' backpacks, all the coats, all the shoes, all of the things. So that was really what this space was designed to do, just to connect our garage to the main house, My office is now at the end there, and that's above the garage. But the functionality piece was that I wanted the garage to be connected to the house, and we needed this storage for coats, shoes, mudroom kind of stuff. So design-wise, all we did here, this is just cabinetry that is the same color, it's the same railings, it's the same cabinet profile, everything's the same as what's going on in the kitchen. I just felt like I wanted to see sort of one continuous line of the same idea. And I kept the hardware the same, and for me, I wanted these to be closed cabinets. This is another topic of when I design people's mudrooms. We talk a lot about, is it open, is it hooks, is it shelves, what is it? For me, I don't want to see the stuff. Like, I don't want to see the clutter of life and the messiness of my kids, God knows what that they have in there. I can close the doors and it can kind of all go away. So for me, it was important that the cabinets be closed. Every person in my family, we have our own, I'll open one to show you, but we have our own kind of double locker. So it's great, really functional storage. The other things in here that are kind of important choices design-wise are the floor. So this floor is tile that looks like wood, but it is actually porcelain tile, which most people are surprised to learn since it really is a good approximation for wood. But in a mudroom, it's important that you have a really durable floor because people are coming in here with messy shoes and boots and all the junk, and it's wet or snow or whatever. So you need your floor to be really pretty indestructible, and tile is. So I love that, but I love that the wood look of this, again, brings all that texture, brings all that warmth. We have these wood beams up here, so they're kind of working together. And I love this floor. I've used this floor in other projects or different colors of this, but it's really a great material. This is my office, and maybe it's in like a halfway point of not as messy as it usually is, but we're always in a state of trying to figure out the best way to keep all the samples organized. So now we're in a new process of reorganizing the entire cork wall behind my desk, so that's why that looks a little half empty. But like I was saying before, what I really just wanted in here was a lot of natural light, which we have. So we're above my garage right now. So the garage is below, and then the office is above. So we have all these nice windows here. We get so much nice light in here at all times of the day, even when, again, Pittsburgh is kind of a gray city. And despite that, it always feels, I think, it feels pretty nice and bright and light in here, despite the weather. And the materials are just pretty simple. This is just white oak floors, white oak beams, and white oak cabinetry, and to keep things very simple, I love this desk. I wanted a really big desk, so this is a table from Blue Dot. So that is a corkboard, which is great, which my contractor just did for me, because I was just like, yeah, I just want a whole wall of cork so I can just stick things up there that I want to look at. And so now we're in this process of trying to reorganize it by project. So that's in the works, but yeah, that's a whole wall of cork. And otherwise, we have storage on this wall with these bookshelves, and this is where we keep all of our fabric samples, wallpaper samples. Again, this is a literally constant work in progress of how do we best organize everything, because we have thousands of materials in here, and it is very hard to keep them all where you want them to be. But I like to work on the floor a lot. That to me, I don't know why, I don't mind sitting on the floor, and I like looking at all my materials and just pulling things out and doing things like that. So I often have, the floor is often covered with swatches and papers and things, but I sort of like to work that way. This is our primary bedroom. And yeah, you can see, it feels a little softer in here color-wise, which I think feels appropriate for a bedroom. The starting point in here were these panels, which are wallpaper panels that we had in our prior apartment. There are 3 of them, and the nice thing about these is that you can see how they're just framed like a piece of art here. So they're just hung on the wall. The wallpaper's not installed on the wall. This is basically functioning as a piece of art. So you can take it with you. And when we were renovating the house, I thought we didn't have another spot for that, and I thought that would be perfect here, and really set the tone for the colors in the room and just like the mood. I love those. Without it having to be on all of the walls. So that was the starting point for the color palette. And then the paint color in here is called Peignoir by Farrow & Ball, which is a color I like to use a lot. If any of my clients are listening to this, they might have it in their own houses because I do like to use it. It's very soft, but it's also very warm. And sometimes when you try to use softer, lighter colors, they can veer into pastel territory that aren't great. That's why people sometimes say like, oh, it looks like a baby nursery, because you get that sort of saccharine sweetness with like a pale pink or pale blue, or this is more like a lavender. Sometimes you can get into that zone if you're not careful. And the reason this color really works, this is also a Farrow & Ball color, that their pigments are, they're just more nuanced. And so the colors get a little muddier and they just have more depth to them than others. So when you're in this zone, you don't need it all the time, but when you're in this zone of like pale pink, pale lavender, I like to use theirs. To me, this sets the tone, but it doesn't feel saccharine. It doesn't feel sweet. You don't walk in here and feel like you're in like a little girl's room or something. It feels sophisticated, but it has that lightness and warmth at the same time. So that was really the palette. Like, it's a neutral carpet. That was the wall color. I knew that the panels were going to be on the wall behind the bed. And then what was next in here? Probably the bed. So I think the bed I did next with that green linen headboard. I love that color, working with the panels behind it. I liked a really modern light fixture. I like how this is black. It's like that punctuation in a room. It feels more contemporary. Again, I don't want this to feel like a dollhouse or like overly sweet. And I'm not a huge, I don't want 100 crystal chandeliers everywhere with lots of like frilly stuff. Like, I like that balance of femininity, and there is a feminine feel, but there are also pieces in here that sort of balance that. The dresser, the wood, the lacquer, like this feels a little more contemporary. The black floor lamps, they feel a little more contemporary. And then we have some more modern art in here, which I love this photograph. I'm not going to remember who the photographer is right now, but I love the scale of this. I love the depth of this. I think another important thing to think about when clients talk to me about art is not just paintings. I think a lot of people have just paintings and they think like, I need art, and they imagine something that looks like water lilies. And it's like, there's so much more out there than that. And other mediums like photography bring your room so much more, because you feel like you're looking into this photograph. It's like giving the whole room like that sort of depth perception. If this were just a flat piece, if this were like a flat watercolor painting, it doesn't open the room up. It doesn't do any of those things. So I think understanding how art and different kinds of art really impact the feeling of a room is important. But yeah, I wanted the mood in here to feel kind of calm and quiet. These are vintage chairs that I recovered, I think, before ivory boucle became such a, they're not technically boucle, but they're close. But I just wanted it to be, calm. In here, we're up on the second floor, obviously. The trees are sort of bare here in Pittsburgh now, but like, it's quiet up here, and the trees you kind of feel a little treehousey when you're up here. If I can lie in bed and I'm just like seeing lots of leaves, it's nice. It's calming. It feels, this tree out here is a good one. It's just like, again, no, maybe not today in the winter, but I wanted that quiet and calm in here. And I think it really feels like that. Thank you, Homeworthy. Thank you for taking a tour of my house today, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Today on Homeworthy, we're bringing you to Pennsylvania's horse country for a look inside author, artist, and interior designer Ellen Spragan's exquisite home. As a creative, Ellen's farmhouse-style home reflects her love for vibrant hues, inspiring artworks, and playful touches of modern design. Ellen shows us around her beautiful gardens, which feature a foliage-filled allée, and her studio, where she spends much of her spare time if she is not tending to her gardens. Enjoy! You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story. Before today's episode, click the join button below to support all of the storytelling we do on this channel. Our growing community of members help to directly fund more videos so we can capture these extraordinary homes from around the world. So join today to receive early and exclusive access to new Homeworthy videos.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Ellen Spraggins, and you are welcome to my home Brin in Malvern, Pennsylvania. Come on in, I want to show you everything. I'm Ellen Spraggins, and welcome to my home. We call it Brin Ellen. And the reason for that is that my name, Ellen, is spelled with a Y, and as you may know, the main line is sprinkled with a million strange spellings with a lot of Y's in them. So a friend of mine said we should name it Brin Ellen. Brin means hill in Welsh, and this area was basically settled by a lot of Welsh Quakers. So that's the reason for that. We moved in here in 2015. This is a kind of a farmhouse style that's typical of Chester County, which is where we are in Pennsylvania. It's not truly a farmhouse, but it was styled that way when it was built in 1967. And it's notable from the outside for the stonework, and also in another room you'll see later, a beautiful giant kind of stone fireplace. That's the reason we call that room the cozy room. We found the house a little dark, and so we had a major renovation done by Gardner Fox, and you'll see a lot of evidence of that as I take you through. They did some wonderful things that has made the house full of light and really, really pretty now. This is my foyer. It's quite small. And so to try and help with that, we put in a gigantic mirror that makes it look like it's a little bit bigger, and a very small table with a light in it, because it's also not the lightest room. Also, I don't know if you can see this, but this wallpaper is a grass cloth, but it's backed with a metallic kind of material, so it has a little sheen to it when there's artificial light on it. But if we open the door, it just looks like a regular grass cloth, very natural looking. We wanted to sort of elevate this space a little bit, so we decided to put, this originally was a banister with just black on the top and white balusters, but I really like the graphic effect of the black, and it's a fine paint of Europe, which is of course super glossy and super pretty. So that's our decisions and kind of really what we did in here. There's not that much space to do much more. But let's go into the green room. There's a lot more to talk about there. Here we are in the green room. I wonder if you can guess why we call it the green room. So in this room, one of the greatest things that happened with our renovation is Gardner Fox designed this beautiful coffered ceiling. I wanted a coffered ceiling, but we have 8-foot ceilings, so they couldn't be very deep. And I also wanted them to be sort of more modern and fresh looking than typical coffered ceilings. So I asked them to do very large diamond shapes on the ceiling. And so they did, and people always notice this and comment on it. And then to carry through the theme on the fireplace surround, they did these wonderful diamonds with the circles in the corners, and they are appliques, wooden pieces that are glued here and then painted, and it's very unusual. I think it's really gorgeous, and again, kind of fresh and modern. The other thing that I love in this room, speaking to fun and fresh, are my busts. So this is Monsieur Lapin. If you can believe it, these guys came from France and his ears were intact. So you can imagine how much stuffing and everything else surrounded him. And then on the other side here we have Professor Eccles. Eccles is my middle name. I think he's very impressive. This artist is a French plaster artist, and she obviously dresses them in 18th century attire. And sometimes she has entire figures made of them. I have the woman that owns the store that I bought these at in Philadelphia has one like about this size, just standing like a sentry in her living room. This is a piece of art that really is kind of a nod to horse country, which is where we are. We have a lot of open space in Chester County and tons of equestrians. I am not an equestrian, but this piece really is a nod to all of that in the area, but also it's beautiful because it's almost abstract. You only see the hair and the eyes, and then I also love the title of it, which is Blonde. So it's like this horse, this very sexy horse. You're just looking at her eyes here. And I went into Philadelphia because I wanted to get it framed in a lucite box, which I think, again, makes it more modern and fresh looking than something that would be framed. Over here, there's another piece of art that is by me. This is called Wonky Black Tulips. And it's a tablescape. I started doing tablescapes really only recently because a friend of mine commissioned me to do one for her. And I really liked the way it turned out. So I thought, okay, I'll try another one. So it hasn't been framed yet, but I kind of like it. I made up the flowers. They're not really flowers that look like that, but I wanted them to have a lot of personality. So that's what they're doing over there. Well, I want to tell you about when we bought this house. It was a sort of a strange, long courtship. We were not initially planning on living in this area. We just stopped here really to rent for a year while we looked for our warm climate and our first floor master and our downsized house. But I have a sister nearby, and it ended up being so great to be near her and also to be, you know, in this lovely area that we didn't know very well. So we decided to buy a house instead of, and so we ended up buying, of course, one second floor master in a cold climate, not particularly downsized. So it wasn't what we planned. And when I walked in here, I did not think of green for this room. You know, it was already a closed off room. It was a dead end room because this was completely wall. There's almost no reason to come to this room because it was sort of hard to get in and out of. But once we opened it up with Gardner Fox, I realized that we could go dark here. And I thought about navy blue because that's a really cool dark color too. But it seems a little more predictable. So I just thought, why not green? And I love green and black and white. One thing I didn't mention was that these drapes, I'm crazy about window treatments. And these are really, really special. I don't like anybody else to touch my window treatments either. But this has two trims on it. This little bead is one trim, and then this is another one. But the thing that's so special is it's a faux silk, and it's interlined. So there's a lining in the back, and then there's a lining inside, and that's what makes it have a little bit of a sort of heavy in a nice way. You know, it drapes really beautifully, and if you do get the chance to touch them, which I would rather you didn't, they feel really good too. Let's see. Oh, I should mention this rug. I'm a little bit of I have to watch myself and not go too crazy with animal prints. This is an antelope print, but the reason I want to point it out is it's so forgiving of accidents or spills, and it looks great. And even though it is beige colors, it really lightens up this room, which could easily go very dark, being so dark green. That also is why I picked out this lucite table. because I didn't want anything visually heavy, and I think it's really just a nice open, light feeling for the room. So that is really most of what I wanted to talk about here. I just put this plate wall up a couple of months ago. All my friends and relatives have predicted that all the plates will fall, but so far they're holding on really great. This is a pattern called Island Tree, and it was made I think in the mid 1900s, and this one I believe was not Lenox, another China maker, but almost every major China maker made a version of this, and they're all really quite fun and lively and have this kind of crazy tree in the middle of them. So we have the green room on one side of the foyer, and on the other side we have the dining room. And the dining room is a place where we gather a lot with friends and family. It's a place we use a lot, especially in the cold months. So I wanted this to be very friendly and versatile. This table expands to seat about 12 or even 14 if we squeeze people in on either end. This light fixture is a flower, which is a very, very significant kind of symbol to me because I love gardening and flowers and flower arranging. I'm a member of a garden club, and I actually found this in an online store, but I've never seen it anywhere else. So I feel very happy about that too. Another sort of gardening element we have in this room are these faux boxwood topiaries, which are really very formal and speak to kind of an English garden sensibility, which I really love a lot. And again, here's some more window treatments that I really like. These are patterned with a very famous old print called Pine Hollyhock. It comes in a lot of different colorways. This one's navy and light blue. It comes in a beautiful charcoal and I think a couple of other ones. So normally I really like solid colored drapes, but for this room I wanted to have the Pine Hollyhock because it's a favorite, and I decided to get the lamp shades also made out of the Pine Hollyhock. So that's what we have here. Little element of pink. I'm a fan of pink, as you'll see in the next room. This is an interesting piece. It's called an upholsterer's mirror, and it is itself upholstered, and apparently upholsterers once upon a time might be working on something, a piece of furniture, and they stick their pins into here, so they would always be handy. And I haven't seen this anywhere else. I got it at a store up in Connecticut when I was attending Trade Secrets, which is a really fun garden and antiquity kind of and garden tour event that was organized by Bunny Williams many years ago and continues every year. Her garden is always on it, and I totally recommend you go to it if you like gardens and you like garden things. This is just a fun little detail, these tassels. I had these chairs and this server were sort of boring brown pieces, so I had them lacquered, and I really love the way it came out because, I don't know, you see the lines a little bit more in the lighter color, and I think it just, again, seems so fresh to have that. I don't know if you can see this, but this is a very furry fabric. So if you sit down there, you kind of get a little surprise of softness. The wallpaper in here is a kind of grass cloth, but its scale and texture is really a little bit exaggerated. So it feels like a cozy little sweater. People also comment on that a lot. These are old. so they contrast with these candelabra over here, the white ones that are sort of modern and new. But I really like the contrast. I got these at a consignment store that's nearby, and I think they're really great. Dining room can always use more candlelight as far as I'm concerned. Then there's a piece of art here that I really love. It ties in, of course, with the pink and blue and the chinoiserie theme that is also one of my favorites. This is a painting by Jan Weir, and she is someone who I've actually taken art classes with and who continues to paint really beautiful things. One of her favorite design still life approaches that she uses is she's somebody that loves fabric, so she likes to paint a fabric pattern in the background of her still life, and that's what you see here. That's a little ambitious. If you're a painter, it'd be much easier just to do a bunch of solid colors or textures, but she goes the extra mile and adds that interesting, surprising element. The vibe in this dining room when I'm hosting or having people over is, fortunately or unfortunately, kind of over the top, especially with garden arrangements, tables, settings, centerpieces. I don't know, I really like everybody to sit down and be at the same table if I can, because it's just more fun. The way I like to set up the table if we're eating in here is probably the table would be expanded. I have a beautiful linens that I love. And especially I love, look at these. These are amazing, huge. These are beautiful starched antique napkins. And I get them basically dry clean because I can't make them look so perfect if I try and iron them myself. And I use, you'll see on a table that we have outside set up for my sister's birthday tonight, we have napkin rings that have been in my family. Some of them are newer, some are older, but I love to use those because they really chime with how my family had dinner together every night. There were 5 kids. My mom wanted to always use cloth napkins, but she didn't want to wash the napkins every night, so we had napkin holders and we put our napkin back in and used it for a few days or a week before it was washed. And then my china is in the kitchen, but the reason it's in there is I use it every day because it reminds me so much of my parents, and I don't want to save it just for a special occasion. Before we go into the kitchen, I want to show you the cozy room. Come with me. Now, there is a lot going on in this room. I have a friend, I had an art show recently, and a friend who helped me hang paintings all over the house and in my art studio. And she insisted on taking a lot of stuff out because I think she thought it would be visually distracting. So I guess it could be too much for some people, but I really love it. I always wanted, when I moved to this house, I knew I wanted significant amount of pink. So I have all these pink drapes, and they are not custom drapes. The other ones that we saw are custom, but these are not. And I think if you can't afford custom drapes, a really great, easy thing to do is to buy them online from, any place. Lots of places have them, West Elm, RH. And then you can have a beautiful tape. Have a tailor, like a dry cleaner tailor, can put that on. And then the key is really probably to order it longer than you need. Hang the curtain where it should be hung and make sure you get them hemmed. Don't just hang the curtain depending on the length you bought, because it's probably going to be too low. These are hung, they could even go higher, closer to the ceiling. Usually that's better. And then if they puddle on the floor, then you should get them hemmed. But don't just get something that's shorter because they're less expensive. Anyways, it looks very custom. They don't hang quite as perfectly as custom drapes, but they are really very pretty, I think, and a good solution, especially when you need so many panels like in this room. One of the things I love in this room is the rug. It is a rug that was designed by a woman who has a store in Philadelphia. She also sells her family's Persian. They've been in the rug business for generations. But this is one of her original designs, and it was custom colored for me, as kind of all her rugs, her original rugs are. And it's a very fanciful feel with lots of curls and curlicues. So I like that a lot. But what is interesting is that she draws inspiration for her designs from skyline and rooftops in Philadelphia. I'm not sure what building this came from, but that's where the idea came from. We used this design, we have used it for Gardner Fox clients with different colorways, and the rug designer, can change the shape of all these things as well as the color. So it's a really fun piece to have in here. The other thing here I wanted to mention is this beautiful arrangement is just about 5 or 6, they're not branches, they're actually shrubs. It's meadow rue or thalictrum, and it grows with these beautiful tiers of parallel leaves, and it just makes a really pretty arrangement with nothing else in a vase. So just wanted to show that off. In here we have some art pieces. This one feels very personal to me. It's a photograph by Joyce Tennyson, and it means a lot to me because Joyce Tennyson was in the first book that I wrote, which is called What I Know Now, Letters to My Younger Self. So Joyce Tennyson wrote to her younger self when she was a young photographer trying to break into New York. And at that time, photography and who could make it and who was sort of making it or not making it was really determined by just a few old white men writing for influential magazines, and they didn't let her in. They didn't let very many women photographers in at all. So her letter was to her younger self about that, and it was a beautiful letter. But anyways, this piece is autobiographical. So this is a man turning his back on a young girl, and it's very ephemeral, and it has this gauzy sort of vibe to it. And I know that it's one of the pieces she's the most proud of, so I really love this. And then this one over here is by a man who is an art teacher at the boarding school that I went to, and it's actually the hospital, the entrance of the hospital on Ellis Island. So the hospital is closed to people, or at least it always has been, but he was able to gain entry. And in order to get this shot, he had to open the shutter, and I think he had to leave for hours, just left it open because it was so dark. There was very little light. And that round shape at the top is where a clock used to be at the entry of the hospital. But to me, it has a kind of a look of a cathedral also, and I think it's a really wonderful visual image. But what it signifies is even better, which is that so many immigrants came here sick and unwell. They couldn't gain entry, but instead of turning them away, we made them well, and they were able to enter the country after they regained their health. When we were looking at this house, this was the room that really made me feel like, ooh, I think this is the place, because it has higher ceilings, it has a feeling of airiness. At the same time, it has this very large, very nice fireplace. And honestly, when we first looked at the house, I had no idea how great this fireplace is, because it has a hearth, it's raised. So when you're sitting down, you have the fire really going almost at eye level. So it's become the cozy room here. And it was configured quite differently when we looked at this. I think they had a sofa kind of facing the fireplace and chairs on either end. So we wanted to really make this a place that a lot of people could sit down. So you'll see there are a lot of chairs. I really like having a bar in this room and available for friends to help themselves. The reason it's the bar and happy hour are really fun is because my dad, who was a West Point graduate, was a very straight arrow for years. He didn't drink, didn't smoke. Then finally came to the point where he enjoyed a wee dram, as he called it. So there are a couple things on here on this bar that remind me of him. One is this ice bucket that is actually not a very special ice bucket in terms of its value. I think it's silver plate. But when he was in school, he won an award that was called the Loving Cup. And he, whenever one of us would misbehave or do something wrong, he would say, I think you need to go worship at the Loving Cup. And it became such a family joke that we decided for, I think, his 50th birthday to give him another Loving Cup. And that is this one, which we talk about the need to worship at the Loving Cup. And we have all of our nicknames engraved on here. So that is kind of a reminder of my dad. And then my family actually has a big connection to the Army on both sides. My grandmother, actually my great-great-grandfather on my grandmother's side, was General Van Vliet, and he was in the Civil War. He was the quartermaster to Ulysses Grant, and he was awarded this silver tray for his service and also for his helping of orphans of sailors and soldiers. And it's dated 1867. So that has a place of honor, and I don't let people make drinks on it all the time because I don't want to scratch it up, but I definitely wanted to show it to you today. I've always been really a creative person, and so working on this house has been a total delight. Fortunately, I have a husband who is very accommodating and helpful about it, and then approves of almost everything I do. Before I moved here, though, my main creative focus was writing. I was a journalist for 25 years and then segued into writing books and later speaking, usually for corporations. The first book I did was this one called What I Know Now, Letters to My Younger Self. The idea was working with well-known women from all fields, all ages, and collaborating with them on writing a letter to themselves at a younger age with a message about something that would have helped them at a super difficult time. So that was really my focus. I did 3 of those books with that same theme, same concept, and then I started speaking for corporations. Typically, I'd work with women's groups at, say, Johnson & Johnson, large companies like that, and we would work with some of the top women at their companies on letters to their younger self and then present them to other women at the company. So it was a way to try and get women who are, not very many of them, at the top at some of these companies. It's a way to kind of spread the wealth of other women in the company, understanding them, getting to know them, and most importantly, seeing that they're not perfect. They didn't have sort of a, effortless rise to the top, which is what you tend to think. And that's what actually people think about the people in this book too, is that, Queen Noor and Madeleine Albright, all these people had no problem, but actually they did. They had a lot of problems and difficulties that are not so different from ours. So that was a really fulfilling career, but when I moved here, I just really felt, okay, I've done that. I don't want to beat that concept to death. And I really leaned more into art and started taking classes, and I've had a lot of fun doing that. It's so different to be creative visually in some ways, but I do feel like interior design, which is what I do now for Gardner Fox, is is also very creative and rewarding. Making people's houses be filled with happiness and light and color is, I think, one of the greatest jobs on earth. Speaking of Gardner Fox, they remodeled our kitchen and they did a great job. I'd love to show that to you. Should we go check it out? So here we are in a kitchen that is so different from what it used to look like. And there's somebody very important you should meet here, Wonder Girl. Here she is. Hello, good girl. You want to say hi? She's a rescue dog, and believe it or not, the rescue team named her Wonder Girl, and we decided you can't improve on that. So she's continuing. She's about 13 years old now. But she still looks very beautiful on white surfaces so that you can see how her colors are still strong. This is a beautiful banquette that I had recovered recently with green on the back so that you can see it's talking here to this mural. This mural is so fun. It reminds me of Where the Wild Things Are. That artist, and when you have the kitchen lit up at night, even a little bit, and you're coming in from outside, it's just so fun because you've got the greenery outside and then you're sort of headed towards another green forest inside, so that's fun. This banquette, I was going to say, is also usually covered up because that's where Wonder Girl and her compatriot like to sleep all day long. But for you, it's uncovered. This camel I really love. I got it on Cherish. I think I seem to have a thing for white ceramic pieces, especially if they're animals. And I thought, since the real rascal of the two dogs is out of the house right now, I could put these little meadow-like flowers around it and pretend that he's in a meadow. Let's see. Oh, this is really something interesting that I did. Kitchens have so many hard surfaces. So, especially because, you know, we walk in from the side entrance through the cozy room to the kitchen. This is a big piece of what you see, and I really didn't want just a boring piece of wood or cabinetry. So it's an upholstered panel with a little bit of nail head trim, and it's faux leather, so you can use a sponge on it, which I really haven't had to do that often, but both ends are upholstered, and it's a nice little bit of softness, I think, for the kitchen. This is a quartzite table countertop, and it's got a nice pattern. It's a lot like marble, I think, in terms of its warmth and look, and I have found it really helpful and useful, pretty durable. Here's another piece of art by Jan Weir, who did the piece in the dining room, and it's of Wonder Girl. I gave a painting of my sister's dog to her for her birthday a few years ago, and as a surprise, she gave me one by the same artist of Wonder Girl for my birthday that year. And this, she likes to put either wreaths around their neck or flower crowns on the pets, which I think is really cute. I also think it's a really exceptional likeness. This kitchen used to be very dark. It was an old, 1960s, 70s kitchen with a peninsula, one glass door over here, and one window over the sink, and lots of cabinetry overhead. So when Gardner Fox remodeled it, I said I really want a lot of natural light. So we've got a lot of glass in here and only a handful of upper cabinets. So to help us store things, we put a whole wall of pantry shelving in the garden room at the end there. So we have to walk a few steps to get things, but it's really fine. I'd much rather have the light. The floor is a tile that looks like wood, and I knew I wanted a herringbone pattern to have some energy and motion going on in here. And just as a little bit of emphasis, we put this brass inlay obviously in the same shape as the herringbone. So it doesn't really shout at you, but it is a little bit of bling there, just that catches your eye, and you'd be surprised how many people actually notice it. The backsplash in here is kind of unusual. I think they're usually rectangular tiles of some color or style, usually subway tile. But I really fell in love with this because it's so different. It has a lot of energy. It looks like leaves or flowers in a kind of a collaged way. And I think it actually ends up sort of referencing the wall mural with all the trees and the leaves over there too. So I think it's really a garden theme in the kitchen, sort of. I keep my china in the kitchen because it's my good china, but I like to use my good china every day because it reminds me of my parents who actually used it every day, and it was their parents before them. So we have these drawers right next to the dishwasher, which makes it really handy for putting away and taking out. This is the china that was my grandmother's. It's called Rose Minton, and it's very sweet. It's very old-fashioned, but I really like the flowers on it and the colors. I have a lot of blue in my house and in the dining room, and it works with that, but it also works almost anywhere. So that's very handy. The china I got when I was married is also nice. It's Queensbird by Spode, and it's quite sweet too. I might need to switch out my everyday back to my wedding china, because now that I look at it, I realize how much I like this one too. But we are kind of china aficionados here. I'm not as bad as my sister. She's got a whole wall of it. I've mentioned my sister a couple of times, and it just so happens that today is her birthday, and I'm hosting a party for her later. I've set up the patio outside with an amazing centerpiece floral arrangement. Let's go take a look. I can't wait to show you. This is for my sister, Jody. The setup is really a nice block print tablecloth. I'm a real fan of block prints lately, and I think this one is really nice with the china that my parents and grandparents used. Actually, full disclosure, my sister has even more of the same china, so she will feel very at home. This flower arrangement I made, we have a sort of a family tradition for Thanksgivings and birthdays to try and do something a little bit extravagant, a little bit different, a little fun in terms of centerpieces or foliage or flowers. Some of this came from my garden, this lace cap hydrangea and these hydrangea, and this is a pretty baptisia foliage. The others I bought from the snapdragons and this Queen Anne's lace, these little green bachelor buttons, bought from a really great flower exchange that I found recently. These are, a lot of people have these now. I think they're really great. I love candles, but these are lights. You can't really see during the daylight, but they are a nice way to have lamps on the table without any cords. And then these raffia mats, I think, kind of chime with the block print. It's a little bit of a casual feel, even though we've got china and silver. And then these napkin rings are really part of a family tradition. My parents use them. We use them almost every night. So some of these, like this one, is newer, but this one's quite old. And this one has my father's initials on it. This one is so cute because we carried on having napkin rings at a lot of our dinners. My daughter, when she was in high school, took a silversmithing class, and she decided to make a napkin ring for my husband. And the way she did the monogram is sort of the opposite of how monograms are usually done. The center initial is tiny, and the other ones on the side are much bigger. So I think that's really cute. The other thing I like to do when we entertain is really start out at the allée, because at sort of 5:30, 6 o'clock at night, there's a little bit of shade and dappled light. It's a great place to have a little cocktail, have a destination to go to, and then change scenes having dinner here later on. We just put in this pergola, which is a real game changer, I think, and a new product, so maybe people won't know about it. It's automated, so I can open the louvers and close them, changing the light conditions depending on what you want. In the summer, it's southern exposure here and super hot, so it's nice to have shade and be able to sit outside. You can just angle it and have a little bit. And then in the winter, when you really don't want shade, you are craving light inside, I can keep them open. They close automatically if it rains. So I do have covers for my furniture, but I'm starting to feel like maybe I really don't need them all the time because it's pretty safe under here. This is a patio we put in 2017, a couple years after we moved here. And there was just a small kind of deck here, and we wanted to take it all the way to line up with the end of the garage wall there, so that we could obviously have more space, but also we could have a nice outlook at that end of the patio over to the distant views. This is about 2 acres. In Chester County, where we are, Willistown Township, actually, there's a 4-acre sort of zoning minimum for most places, but I believe this was at an earlier time, for some reason, a handful of houses right around here have a smaller acreage, 2 acres, which is, believe me, plenty for me. But it's been fun to really learn so much about gardening here on so much property. One of the first things we did is decide we don't want to just look at a hard garage wall over here. So we put this trellis up, and this is a clematis. It's either lady die or princess die, and it's not a super flat, showy clematis like a lot of them are. It's more of a tube shape, and the hummingbirds really love this. That's the kind of flower that they really attracted to. And then I started this espalier in 2017. It was only 2 levels. It's 4 kinds of apples grafted onto the stock. So I brought it up 1 more level and made it wider. And apples actually seem to have a every other year kind of bumper crop. I'll get apples every year, but on the second year, there may be, I don't know, 40 apples on these 3 limbs. And then the year after that, there'll just be a handful. So it's apparently just something that you get used to in apple orchards. This was, I don't know if you would know this or not, but espaliers were created to maximize fruit production in minimal space. So if you didn't have a lot of land, but you wanted to grow a lot of fruit, you would have rows of these espaliers. I just wanted to have something green against the garage wall. So that is something we did, and it seems like it's doing pretty well. Now I'd love to show you my art studio. It's where I spend a lot of time, especially if I have a show coming up. Come on with me. So the art studio is just across the way. This is past a few garden beds, including these towers that are beautiful in the winter when nothing's on them, and then really nice when the clematis starts blooming. I have some garden beds over there with Verbena bonariensis growing, and there's some Turk's cap lilies that are those fun upturned petal flowers. Here is the alley leading to the art studio. This is one of our favorite cocktail spots, It's the allium here are just finished, so they're not bright purple anymore. I let them stay up really quite a while until they're almost perfectly dried out, and then I like to collect them and use them later dried, stuck into Christmas trees so that it looks like spiky balls all over the tree. This is very classic garden design, the Leuten's bench. It doesn't look that comfortable, but it really is, as long as you have the pillows. We add a few more chairs over there, depending on how many people we have. This is a really great Brio fire pit. I don't know if you know about them. They really don't smoke much after you get the fire going. It's got this double-walled insulation so that it swirls around and you can sit close to it without having to constantly get up and move around to avoid the smoke. So that's a good thing for winter. So here we are at the studio. Small but mighty. This is the art studio. It's a really charming little space, and we had it insulated so that with a little air conditioner in the summer and a space heater in the winter, it's very cozy. This piece is something I'm still working on right now. This one over here is a little hard to see, but it's an abstract of basically a map. I used to do a lot of the abstracts. I noticed in my brother-in-law's boat, he has a chart plotter, and it's a very brightly colored thing showing the depth and the land masses in different colors. It looks like very abstract art all by itself, so I decided I would do that. So I have a whole series of these I did of the Chesapeake. This one is a Matisse-inspired star. He used to draw and paint 9, 10 spiked stars that are all completely asymmetrical. I've always loved those, so I decided to do a bunch of those. And this is just an abstract of using some of my favorite colors, which are reds and pinks and blues and turquoise. And over here, because you met her earlier, you might recognize this girl. That's Wonder Girl. We call her the love bully because she makes you love her. She demands it. And that's the art studio. Okay, we're coming back inside now, and we are in my garden room, which is probably the craziest room in the house because I picked out this Marimekko wallpaper I have always wanted to use, and it's that similar green as in the green room. The green room color is actually a Benjamin Moore color, seaweed. I don't really like the name, but it's a good color. I think of it as emerald. This is a little bit brighter, and it also allowed me to use this dark green Mexican tile that I think is so atmospheric. We did this really great shape here. It's a Korean countertop, which is not a very fancy countertop, but I really was interested more in the contrast, black, white, green, than the material. And I love this faucet. It's a Rohr faucet, and it's where we can pop the dogs in and give them a bath. Actually, we can come in from just outside and do it easily without them getting muddy tracks all over the place. This is actually appropriately named the garden room because I do arrange flowers. This is a butcher block actually from a butcher in Maine. My husband died when I got this because it's so heavy. None of us will ever be able to move it again. I can't even remember how we got it in here, but fortunately I think it's well placed. So I do flower arranging here, dog supplies are in here, garden things, and some art supplies, some art things I need for cleaning my brushes, like dirty jars, are in here. Flower tubes, I don't know if you've ever used those, but if you ever need to put a flower in something that doesn't hold water, you can use a flower tube, just fill it with water. put the cap on it and then stick your flower in. And then they're not super special, but tons of vessels and containers for arranging flowers or just sticking a few buds in. I think that some of these are olive oil glass jars. They're nothing but the shape are shapes I like. So, oh, and this is really fun. This is if people are out at the alley having a cocktail and it's time for dinner, I can summon them. And this is nice too. You see this more now, but when we did this, it wasn't very common to have this wire mesh instead of a wood panel. I think it's just fun. And then I love these big chunky brass handles too. They just add a little bit of jewelry. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, I just painted all these designs on this gold lantern. I found this down in West Palm Beach in a consignment store. And I think it has such a cute shape, but I knew I wanted to put it in here, so I just took the opportunity to paint a little design in green and black on it, and I think it came out pretty well. Home. That is a big word, isn't it, for such a little word? To me, home is a light-filled space with a spirited energy that draws people in and causes them to want to gather. And of course, I can't think of home without thinking family. Not only family, but certainly family is a big piece of what makes a home. So my job is really to provide the setting that allows people to be joyful and connect with each other and happy. Homeworthy, it has been a true pleasure to have you here today. You've been great. Thank you so much. But now I do have to prepare for my sister's birthday party tonight. So see you later.
Hi Homeworthy, I am Deb and this is the Mountain Chateau here in Pennsylvania. Come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
I'm Deb Foglia. I am a home decor blogger and entrepreneur. My blog is Seeking Lavender Lane, and I also own a vintage marketplace called Vintage Keepers. We are in our new old home called the Mountain Chateau, and it is in Allentown, Pennsylvania. So we have been here in the Mountain Chateau for about 8 months now, a little less than a year. And we believe the house was built in 1917. We're still trying to discover a little bit of the history about it. So we bought this house from a couple who lived here for 40 years. And the house needed a lot of work, but it had such beautiful original character that we just fell in love with it. We think the home, we're kind of calling it like a stone Tudor. I'm not exactly sure. And it just has a lot of like Victorian influence, but also kind of Tudor influence as well. So that's why we kind of call it the Mountain Chateau. I think when it comes to my personal style, I know most of the people in my life know I decorate with vintage and antiques. It's just something that I'm drawn to. I think a lot of that happened from just trying to decorate on a tight budget all these years. And so I just started shopping flea markets and antique shops and Facebook Marketplace. And so a lot of that has created my style. And I think for the most part, people know that I am so drawn to anything French. I also love an Italian influence. I come from an Italian family. And so it's a lot of that has influenced my style and my design. All right, so we are in my entryway. This is the first room that we saw when we looked at the house over a year ago. And it just took my breath away. I loved the beautiful stairs here. Just the detail of the ironwork is just so beautiful, and the original wood. I just fell absolutely in love with it. So I didn't have like a very big entryway in the last 2 houses that we lived in, and so not that this is really big, but it just was so exciting that I'd be able to actually decorate an entryway. So we put this table here, which I bought from a local barn sale, and you know, it just has certain things that I just love. A book that I had read a couple years ago talked about how the French love to style their entryways with things that kind of introduce you to the family. And so I wouldn't say necessarily this is introducing you to my family, but you could see things like the statue of David, which kind of shows you the Italian influence in my life. And then I love stacking things on books. I just love that aesthetic so much, and creating vignettes probably more than most people do. And so here we have, this is actually a picture of my Nonna. She left this earth a few years ago, and she is just such an inspiration to me. She came from Italy and moved here in her 40s and started a new life here with starting her own creative business as a seamstress, and she's just a very special woman. So she is here in my entryway, and then, you know, we just have, like I said, some books. This is a candle. I also make candles. It's another part of the many things I do in life, and so I have one of my candles burning here. And I think one of the coolest things about this house is this phone niche. And I haven't quite figured out what I want to do with it, so I just left the phone that the previous owners had left here. I don't know if it's the original phone from the house, but this phone niche is just so cool. And I just love that it has that like original character here. Over here we have this new vintage rug that I just added here, and I feel like it just makes the space. It brings a lot of those warm tones in here, which I think complement the wood in the stairs really, really well. And I just love this door so much, and the original leaded glass here is just such a nice original feature. So this space is, you know, I try to keep it as simple as possible because you're coming in and out, but a couple of the details that I added was just doing these doors in this dark charcoal color, and I think it just kind of pulls in all the blacks and the iron rails and things like that. Another favorite piece is this light fixture, and this I found at Brimfield last year, and so we had already closed on this house, but we hadn't moved in yet, and so I started collecting things for this new home, and this was immediately caught my attention. I bought it for like $100. I believe it came from an old church, and I just love the warmth that it brings, and it just looks like it's always been here. So it's one of my favorite things. Another favorite, which is actually off right now, so it's not chiming while we're filming, but is this clock. It's not super old. I bought it on Facebook Marketplace also right before we moved, and it was like one of those things that like, that's perfect for our Mountain Chateau. I love that it chimes. It's those little sounds and noises and smells and things like that that I just love in a home. One of the other things that we hear here is the train whistle in town. And so between the train whistle and the chiming of the clock, it just makes the home so much more magical. On this side, where our stairs are, we just added this new stair runner, which I just love. I think just the texture and then also the safety of having a runner is great. But one of my favorite color themes is brown and black, and I talk about it all the time on Seeking Lavender Lane. And so having this kind of this neutral brown wool runner and then the black border, just absolutely love. And it ties in so nicely with our gallery wall, which I have been collecting. Again, lots of vintage art, and I just love the tones of all the art pieces. I think when it comes to a gallery wall, it's, you know, picking up on the same tones is a great way to make a successful gallery wall. They don't all have to be the same. You know, some are prints, some are oil paintings. I love the touch of having something unexpected like a mirror or something that's like three-dimensional is great. And I think it just ties really well with this little dark door. This leads to our pantry and our mudroom area. So I usually keep the door closed. I just like the way it looks better than seeing into it. But one of my favorite new pieces is this mirror right here. And I also got this on Facebook Marketplace, $100, and it's just the perfect finishing touch. I love it. And it's great too, because like when you're on your way out the door, to be able to just like check yourself real quick before you leave, it's the perfect placement. So when we were on our house hunting journey last year, we had looked at a lot of different homes. I knew I wanted something with old character and all of that, especially moving to Pennsylvania. There's so much of that out here. And this house specifically was just a showstopper in its character, its higher ceilings, this stone exterior, so many of the details that we just really fell in love with. Of course, we looked at it from the aesthetic side and then also just the money side of it. And I will say it has been quite the money pit. So since being here, we closed on the house last April and we started the work around May, moved in July in the middle of the renovation. And a lot of the work that's been done you'll see today, and we have transformed our primary bath. It used to be the sitting room in the primary room, and it's now our bathroom. We changed our dining room to the kitchen, and the kitchen to the laundry room and pantry, and so a lot has been changed in here, including, of course, paint and furniture and all of that. So here's the living room, dining room combo. It was actually the original living room in the house, but since we turned our kitchen into the dining room into the kitchen, it has now become the living room and dining room combo. And so this took me a little time to figure out a good balance of just furniture placement and everything. But one of the pieces that we got, I ordered before we moved in, was this beautiful sofa. I love the warmth of it. This color is just so beautiful. I think it's called cognac. It's just gorgeous. And I actually originally had it against the wall and it drove me crazy for months. And about a month ago, I said, I'm taking it off the wall. We're going to rearrange. And so that's what we did. And I love it this way. It's so comfortable to just sit here, and we have the TV above the mantle. And just sitting here and watching TV and relaxing and reading and having my coffee, it's just the best. And so one of the pieces that I think it just goes so well with is this beautiful tapestry. And this has also had a few different homes here so far, and I think this is probably a place to stay. And this gorgeous tapestry, I believe it's 18th century from France. And it was an eBay score. I would say probably one of my bigger splurges in the house. My husband still is very unhappy with this purchase because it cost us a little bit more than most of the things I buy, but I just had to have it. I love the look of tapestries. They are trendy right now, but just the colors in it is just so beautiful. It fills the wall so nicely, and it truly brings that old world character in here that I just absolutely love. So I've been kind of playing around with this space here. Again, we're in the editing stages, so you just never know. Tomorrow it might look totally different. But right now I'm kind of loving the palm here. We have this column back there. This is another Brimfield find, which I just love. I have two of them, the other one's on the other side, but it's these Italian lanterns. I think they're mid-century. They're not insanely old, but they just are just exquisite. They are plugins, which is great. And so it just lights up this corner really, really nicely. And so I just love how that pairs really nice with our tapestry. So this side of this room, I added this runner. I kind of love this. I think it's a great design tip. If you have a space that's kind of empty, you can fill it with a runner rather than a full-size rug. This is vintage, so you know, it's just very unique. I love the colors in it. It goes so well with our entryway rug also. We do, because these are the original floors in the house, which I fell in love with, but they're old and they do have staining and, you know, things like that. I think when you buy an old home, it's something that you have to just accept. You know, there are going to be imperfections, and I kind of love imperfections, so I just love that. So with an old home, you have old radiators. This has a radiator cover. Believe it or not, we actually use coal in this house. That's how old it is. And I love kind of using this as almost like a tabletop. So I have all of these books and magazines here, and again, creating vignettes with it. These little matches, this is actually a pottery piece that I made in a pottery class I did years ago. But these matches are from a woman. She makes them and sells them on her Instagram. They're called MO matches, and I love those. My little statue, my little head here, I love that. Disco balls are very in right now, and I was a little like not sure about that trend, and then I said, you know what, let me buy one. I found it at the flea market, and the light that it just puts on your walls and your ceiling, it's just so beautiful. And so I'm always kind of switching this decor up. Here in the summer, we have beautiful hydrangeas that kind of peek through the windows. They're at that point where it's time to kind of trim them back. This corner, again, another evolving space in our house, but I just recently styled this with this marble bust. This was another great vintage find. I recently got this beautiful mirror here. These plates, so I have a lot of things, and I'll probably talk about them more today, that were my great uncle Dante's, and these are some of his. They were hand-me-down, and I love that I can see them every day, so I hung them on the wall here. And this little plinth, this we actually DIY'd, so it's a great little DIY project to elevate your busts or your plants or anything like that. So the interior of the house, we haven't quite got to the exterior yet. So the interior of the house, we've added lots of vintage, which is my favorite. I love decorating with anything vintage. I'm always at the flea market, so I find lots of things for like $5. And I think our style is kind of eclectic with European vibes. I love anything English Victorian meets French chateau. I also love a little touch of rustic, so it's a little bit of all of that. Our previous home was more European farmhouse, which I like to say, and so I had to get a little fancier here, and we've just put elements in here with like our marble and our Italian lantern sconces and a beautiful 18th century tapestry to kind of bring that little bit of that fancy vibe. So onto this side of the room, which has our original fireplace. This, again, another original feature of the home that I just absolutely love. There are things that still need to happen here, which I look forward to sharing down the road, but I believe this is like 1980s tile that they probably added, the previous owners, and I want to eventually update that with some marble or something. But for now, I just kind of hide some of this with this vintage screen. But this was originally, when we moved in, I thought she did a really nice job. She had them in like two tones. It was like a gray and white. And I contemplated leaving that, and then I said, let's just paint it all white. I want the whole room white. And so we did, and it's actually one of my favorite colors. It's the same color as our kitchen cabinets. It's called French Canvas by Benjamin Moore, and it's like my new favorite white. It's just warm and just beautiful, and it just highlights the little details so well, but I also love that it's kind of muted too, that it's all white. So on to what's on top of our fireplace. Now this is our TV, so it's a Samsung frame, and we bought a separate frame for it. I love changing the artwork out all the time. So today it's a dog, tomorrow it's ballerinas, the next day it's a landscape or some portrait. So this, I'm kind of feeling the dog right now. And on top of our mantle, you know, again, always switching it up. I try to keep it a little bit more simple year round, really go all out for Christmas with a beautiful garland this past year. But I have this little pheasant statue, some pheasant feathers here, and again, just decorating and mostly vintage. Over here under the window, I think a great way to style a space, especially if you kind of love this eclectic look of just collections and stuff, is I'm a magazine hoarder. And so keeping your magazines out, and I do go back and read them all the time and relook at them, the design books and stuff. And then I just kind of style them with some pieces on top. I love kind of these used paint brushes. It kind of gives this like artistic feel. This is a friend of mine gave me this little guy, and I love it because at nighttime, oh, it's not plugged in. Is it not? No, it's not plugged in. But at nighttime, I light this up, and I love that it just kind of like illuminates the floor here. It brings light into the space in a different way. So be creative with your styling, and you know, consider lamps on the floor. Why not? So over here we have this cute little bench. This is also vintage. I love that it creates extra seating for in our living room space, and it also kind of fills this here without blocking like the TV or the fireplace too much. And you know, a lot of the tones in this room you're probably seeing is, you know, mixing that like warmth with cool tones. So this is that like mustard yellow velvet. You know, we had the cognac on the sofa, the colors in the tapestry. So I really love that balance of like warmth and cool, and you know, and we just kind of create that throughout the whole space. So we have our pillows here that are always changing, but right now they really bring in the warmth and the greens in here. And you know, this coffee table now kind of goes to the cool tones, and I love how this just goes so well with the tapestry. This is also one of my Uncle Dante pieces. It was in his home, then it was in my home growing up as a child, and then when we moved to our last house, I took it from my parents, and it was actually in our basement, and then I was like, I can't just keep this as a basement table. It has to be in my main living space. And so here it works so nicely. It's a little wonky. It's been loved, but he actually painted this. And so I never thought I'd love a green coffee table, but it's amazing how well it works here. And I wasn't sure if it would be a temporary piece, but it's not. I love it. It's, you know, it's got the greens and blues, which pull into the tapestry really nicely. And I love that it's kind of chunky too, so it allows me to really like style it with all my books and accessories. So let me show you a little bit what's on top of our coffee table. I, again, love styling with books and creating vignettes. And I love that this kind of feels like artwork on the table, especially if you're looking from over top. And, you know, I love keeping a art book open. You can see the artwork just on display. And of course, tons of vintage here. You know, I love this little paperweight. This was a fun estate sale find. Again, more matches. And I love anything with pottery. This little lighter, which I thought was so cute. It doesn't work, but it's so cute. And, you know, some tulips. I love having flowers always. I kind of love that they're in this like wilting stage right now. It feels very like architectural and interesting. So just really nice. And then I always have a candle on. This is actually one of my vintage candles that I make here. And I just love how that like pairs so well with all the styling on this table. On this side of the room, again, I've just moved some things around. So this was on the other wall where the tapestry was, and we just moved it here. This was another great Facebook Marketplace find. It's my pine cabinet. I think it brings a little bit of that rustic feel that I also really love in here. And again, just creating lots of collections of pieces. I love a great bust or head. I think it just creates that unexpected feel to a space. I think faces are just something that really elevate a room. So whether it's a portrait or a bust, those are things I'm always drawn to. And so yeah, these are just little things that I love. This piece of art is a favorite vintage find. And you know, and then these drawers, I love to hide all the things that you don't want to see every day, and they're not exactly organized. On this side of the room is the dining room section, and again, it was the original living room, but it fits the dining room space so well. And it really just allows us to like sit in this room and use it for both, you know, entertaining and eating and sitting and lounging as a family. So again, these are all Facebook Marketplace finds. Great way to just keep things on a low budget. I got these shield back chairs recently. I had looked and looked and looked forever for the perfect chairs, and I just love them. And they're insanely comfortable too. This table, so now, right now I kind of have it set up like a library style. Again, lots of books, vintage. I love that, but I also love setting it and having it as more of a dining space. So either one, I love how it kind of combines both looks of both library and dining. So back here, this is actually our newest addition, which we worked so hard on this week. So this is the addition. Behind here is our sunroom, and the previous owners did the addition about 20 years ago or so. And I really did not love the look of this window that was here. And so hubby built this out for me, and with a little ledge at top. And so it kind of just creates this division so we don't get that like light coming through or seeing the other things in the other room. And then I painted this mural. It's like my first time ever painting anything. I just got like a creative, crazy moment and painted this with like a rag and some dryer sheets and using just like leftover paint colors in our house. And I think it creates like a really nice backdrop for this space and really allows us to feel like this is its own personal space without looking onto the sunroom. When it comes to finding your personal style, I feel like time, like definitely give yourself time. I think a lot of it also has to do with the architecture of your home too. So there's a lot of things that will influence that. And I love trend, but I also think that you don't want to get too trendy. So follow trends because it definitely, it will switch up your style a little bit. Maybe you're like, oh, I don't know if I'd ever decorate with yellow. Now all of a sudden yellow is very trendy. I tried yellow in my house. You'll see it in a little bit. And I love it now. So I think that you should try the things that are popular and see how it works and follow designers that have a good sense of design. So a few other things that I always kind of go back to and use as just like resources is 100% Pinterest. I love Pinterest. I think Pinterest has a great mix of designers and interior bloggers and so much of that. I always say, you know, create a pin, like especially if you're decorating a new house, create a Pinterest board specifically for everything that you love and just put it all on this one board, and then go back to when you are thinking about designing a new space and go back to that board and kind of see what really feels like your style. And so this way you don't sway too much, because I think sometimes we can be swayed, especially in the world of social media. We're all, you know, just taking in all of these different designs out there. And I think that that could be a little overwhelming sometimes. And so, you know, in order to make sure you stay on track with your own taste, keep going back to that design board. It's something I've done for my last two houses, and it's really helped me stay on track. And the other thing I love, and you'll see it throughout our house, I love design books, and I think that that is a great way to elevate your style, so you could kind of get out of the everyday home to really design like a designer. So over back here, we have this great cabinet, which is also a new addition. I wanted to get a little more whimsy. And so I created these yellow and white stripes, and this is where that little touch of yellow comes in. And, you know, I wanted to try yellow. It's a very trendy color right now. I think it also feels very like English cottage. And so I did this unexpected yellow and white paint stripes on the back here. And I'm calling this kind of my like old money / Italian grandma cabinet with like the Mother Mary and all of that, the old books. So it's kind of a combination of both those styles that I really adore. So over here, I have this portrait. I love decorating with portraits. You'll see quite a bit of them throughout my house. Again, I love anything with a face. I think it just totally elevates a space. This is the female. I also have the male in our kitchen, and I got the two, I want to say it was like $25 on Facebook Marketplace. It was an insane insane price. And I don't know if it's original or if it's a print that they kind of like layered this gloss on top to make it look like an original. I actually can't fully tell, but it's a favorite. I love the chunky gold frame with it, and it just fills the space so nice. And it's also has been moved around quite a bit in our house, and right now I'm kind of loving it here. So when it comes to Facebook Marketplace, I think I get that question all the time, is like, well, how do you find such good things? I will say New Jersey's Facebook Marketplace was better than Pennsylvania's so far, but I'm still like learning the area since we've moved out here. But one of the things that I do is I save everything I like. So whether I need it right now or I don't need it right now, I can afford it, I can't afford it, and I save all the things I like, and that has helped the algorithm of Facebook Marketplace just to show up with things that I, that is my style. It's almost like Facebook knows my style now. Another great thing too is just like, really searching specifically. So I'm not sure what I searched for when I found this portrait, but I don't know, but searching for portraits. I mean, I was just on the hunt for dining room chairs forever. So tons of dining room chairs had come up, but it took me a while to find the right ones. So when it comes to hosting, I am a combination of like wanting everything to be like beautiful and present it really well, but I'm also one of those like hosts that's like, yeah, bring a dish, go ahead, we'll just put a buffet out, it'll be great. I like to keep things simple. Being a busy mom, an entrepreneur, I love having people over, and now that we're kind of towards the end of our renovation in this house, I'm so excited to host again and just have family and friends here all the time. But I do love a little bit of a combination of like putting a beautiful cheese board out, but then also having, go get some KFC and put that out. So I'm like a little bit of both, and I appreciate that I have a family that is really amazing cooks. So one of the favorite details to this home is this leaded glass window. I fell in love with this. I think this is kind of what brings that Tudor feel to it, and I just absolutely love it. From the outside, it's beautiful as well, and it took me a little while to figure out, well, what do I want to put here? And I just started putting some plants and spring flowers here, and I just love that they get so much sun out here as well, and it's just one of my favorite features here. So here is the kitchen off of the dining room. That was our original dining room space, and I just thought when we saw this house, if I was gonna buy this house, this had to be the kitchen. It's just in the center of the home. It is a lot bigger than the original kitchen. Of course, when you have older homes, that seems to be the issue, is that smaller kitchens, bigger living spaces. And so with us being in 2024, we wanted a place that we can host and really move around, and it kind of had that modern kitchen, but we also added lots of touches here that makes you think, was this kind of original? One of my favorite pieces to this kitchen is this marble. I love marble. I know a lot of people are very nervous about having marble in their home, especially in their kitchen. And the question I get all the time, does it etch, does it stain? And it does. It's marble. It's not going to be perfect forever, but I think that's one of the things that you have to embrace, is knowing that the imperfections will happen. Marble has been around forever. It's natural. I love anything that's like authentic and natural. And so the fact that this is marble and it's not man-made is just amazing. It is called the Monet Viola, which is almost like you've seen Monet and you've seen Viola. I love that this is kind of a combination of both, because it brings both the Viola, which is a purple veining, and then the Monet is like this, I think they say it's like a dark green. I see black or charcoal, but the veining is just absolutely beautiful. And I love the warmth of this. In our last house, we had Carrara, and I'm a big Carrara fan too. I still love it, but it's definitely a cooler tone stone. It reads a little bit more blue, and I wanted something that felt warm, and I just thought this was the most perfect marble. I feel so blessed and so excited to have it, and I think it just makes the space. The way we designed this kitchen is I wanted it to be open, and I also wanted to feel like an unfit kitchen, something that didn't feel completely traditional. I wanted almost to feel like pieces of furniture. And so we did this back section here, and then we did the island. We have no uppers in here. And we also did the trim at the bottom to make it feel like furniture. So you don't have that toe kick, which is usual for a kitchen. I kept it very simple in style. I wanted the rest of the space to kind of shine, but and the marble, of course. And so everything is just very, very sleek, simple. It's got great organization. I know that's usually one of the things I get on social media is people asking me, well, you know, how do you make it work without uppers? And we really do. We have tons of storage here, and it works really, really well. So one of my favorite parts is this beautiful purple veining right here. It's like the most perfect. When I saw the slab, I was like, I just love that. So I love that touch of purple, and you get a little of the warmth in here too. It is honed, so we had it honed, which I also really love because I love that matte finish to the stone, and it's just really beautiful. Up top here, I try to style it almost like a credenza or something. So I always have artwork. I wanted to kind of feel like a, you know, piece of art to the kitchen. You know, we have lamp lighting too. We have the sconces on the wall. And, you know, I just love kind of decorating again with tons of vintage pieces and finds that just kind of bring that old world feel to our kitchen space. Some of the details when it comes to just kitchen cabinets, to make it feel extra special, we did exposed hinges, which I love. The unlacquered brass knobs, so those will kind of patina over time, which I really love. We also did all inset cabinetry, which again makes it feel more like furniture than a typical kitchen. And we just did like this little beaded trim, and just those little touches go a long way. You can see overall the style is very simple, but it's those little details that really elevate it and make it interesting. And you might not capture that until I actually sit here and point it out, and then you'll understand why this space kind of feels very special and without details that hit you hard. So those are all the things that we designed here that I really love. So I think when it comes to this house, there's so many things I love about it. I think of course, it just being an older home and knowing that there's this hidden history that I'm just dying to know. I love the fact that there was so many families that had lived here prior to us, and I think that that's just so exciting. It's our very first old home we've ever lived in. So I think that just being still in our first year here, it just continues to excite me. But I love just the details, the moldings. You can't find that in new homes. You can't afford it if you're building a new home. So things like that. I love the windows in this house, the placement of the windows. I think for an older house too, it really, it is very bright. It has a really good flow to it. And those are the things that kind of just had us fall in love. And then I think if I had to choose a favorite room in the house, it would probably be my living room or the kitchen. And the kitchen was the original dining room, and we turned it into the kitchen. And I think it's just got such a nice flow to both the patio and to the rest of the living space. So over here on this side of the island, I wanted it to look again, like a piece of furniture. So we designed it to have these open shelves at the bottom, and then we have these little shallow drawers. I have this has all my tea in it, and this is a junk drawer here, and I just love that. I have this vision that I'm collecting to get all vintage cookbooks, and I want to fill the entire top with vintage cookbooks, but this is all I got so far, so I'm working on it. It's a new favorite collection of mine, is to collect vintage cookbooks wherever I am, whether it's an estate sale or at a flea market. I love the look of vintage cookbooks. So on this side of the kitchen, it's a little different. We took this original niche, which was here from the house. They had just a little console table here when it was the dining room. And I envisioned doing this very like Victorian English style tiles. And it's actually all just like ceramic 4x4s. And then we put these little nail heads inside here. I appreciate the patience of my carpenter who did all this. And I just love how it brings kind of that English Victorian feel. It feels very Downton Abbey if you're familiar with this show. And I just love that little feature. I also thought it tied really well into the leaded glass window up top, those little nail heads. And this was one of our splurges for this house, but I felt like if we were gonna do a niche like this with the unfit style kitchen, we needed a beautiful large range. And this is the 60-inch LV, which is an Italian range, and it feels so perfect for this niche. It fits so beautifully inside. I love how it's still open on each side of it. It really gives that unfit feel. And behind it, let me show you this, because I'm sure we'll get questions. People ask all the time, well, how do you vent it? So we actually have this downdraft, and it just comes right up. Good little feature. It comes up and it hides away after, and it vents when we are cooking in here. Okay, so on this side of our kitchen, I love just the way the windows and the French doors go out to our patio. And I wanted a space that we could just sit and have coffee or tea. My kids eat breakfast from here sometimes. And so I got these vintage bentwood chairs, this bistro table, which I love keeping a tablecloth on it sometimes, and just kind of, you know, styling it like we're in this little French cafe. It's just fits here like so perfectly. I want to do probably some cushions on our radiator covers eventually. It's a future project. Hubby actually built these for me. So I wanted them to look like original shutters from an old Victorian house. And the wall was so blank, and I just love that this added that character, and I feel like you almost don't even know that it's not original. The cafe curtains were just the perfect little like soft touch to this window too, to give that soft lighting. And my favorite is definitely just being able to go outside when it's warm. This week was so beautiful out. We kept this open and we're grilling on the patio, and I just love how that just transitions just so well from our kitchen to the outside. Behind me here is the original built-ins. I think that this is definitely another favorite feature from this house. They were here as the dining room built-ins, and we use them as part of our kitchen storage. And so I love that this is part of our kitchen, but yet they're original and old. And, you know, we put these little locks on them and, you know, keep our everyday dishes and platters and stuff like that in here. I think when it comes to first-time DIYers, decorators, first-time homeowners or renters, if you are trying to both find your style and also just update, especially on a budget, every house we've done, we always have, you know, a pretty tight budget. I would say always start with paint. Paint goes a long way. I think updating your light fixtures is another huge update that instantly transforms the space. So those are the two things that I always recommend, especially if there's not a lot in the budget to work with. And then just keep collecting. I'm such a collector. I love shopping vintage, and that's just been something that really has helped me to style all the little vignettes and spaces in my house. And so much so that we started a vintage website called Vintage Keepers. It's a marketplace, and we just love being able to sell my own stuff through there, and also have vendors that have just a great style to sell through as well. So from the kitchen, we do have our pantry, which was the original kitchen. It's a combination room, so it's half pantry, half laundry room, but I'm not gonna show you the laundry room today because it's not quite finished. But this is the section that we turned into our pantry. So we had these built by our carpenter. I just love that it kind of created this hutch. It was actually an original like peninsula from the kitchen here. We knocked that all out, and we did this, and it hides a lot. We have some more cabinets too in like our laundry room section that we put some like, you know, the not so pretty things like cereal boxes and stuff like that. This side I did a little punch of red. And it's our refrigerator and our coffee nook and all of that. Hide some of our appliances. We have our ice machine underneath here, and it just functions so well. I love having this space because it allows us not to have everything in the kitchen that you don't want to see every day. And it's so close to the kitchen that it functions just so well, just walking right through. One of the things I should definitely talk about is the floors in here. So these floors, being an old house, were very slopey, and we could not figure out a solution that was, you know, not incredibly expensive. So we put plywood down and we painted these Harlequin pattern on the plywood, and it's great and I love it, and it really kind of feels old world, but it's also was so cheap and easy. Well, I wouldn't say easy. My neck hurt for like about a week after, but it was definitely a great solution to buy some time until we can, you know, do tiles or something down the road. So from here we have our teeny tiny powder room. I mean, it's tight, but we made the most of this really tiny space. So we created this sweet little English cottage powder room. One of my favorite features is this little corner sink that we put in to save room. The little wooden toilet seat is a great detail in here. And we actually took out part of the tile wall and built this out because you literally couldn't even sit on the toilet. It was that tight. It was so tight. One of the best DIY tips that we did was we had the old original tiles behind here, and instead of demoing the whole thing, we just put this vertical shiplap right on top, and it made such a great solution and allowed us to be able to DIY this bathroom without hiring a professional. So I have been running a design blog for about 11 years now. It's called Seeking Lavender Lane, and it started from when we were searching for our very first home and the journey of just finding that house to our very first DIY projects and learning how to decorate. I have always had this passion for styling. I think trading spaces, just growing up with that, was kind of a big influence on my life. I then really fell in love with fashion. I went to school for fashion studies, and after graduating, I worked in the bridal industry for quite a while, and then from there I started falling in love with just styling our first apartment to finding our first home. And so all of that kind of took off in my career, and I did that on the side for a really long time as a hobby blogger, and left working in the city and in bridal about 7 years ago. And so I just kind of fell in love with this. I feel like I'm still learning and growing, and I love each new house that we have lived in because it's really kind of exercised my craft, and I just really love interiors so much. All right, so there's a lot more house left, but I'm gonna show you just a little bit upstairs. We'll take you up to take a look at our primary bedroom and bathroom space. It's something that we have almost finished decorating, so I'm excited to show you guys. Okay, so right before I take you into the primary bedroom, I want to talk to you a little bit about my hallway. And one of my favorite things that I have is this painting from my Uncle Dante, which my parents have tons of his art in their house, and this is one of the pieces they gave me, and I just love it. And I love kind of like where it pulls in the lady in red with the red rug here, and it's just a really special piece that I'm super thankful that I have in my house. Okay, so here is our primary bedroom. It's half the original room, and then there has been an addition put on from the previous owners. And we basically up here did a couple things. We refinished the floors because they were in pretty bad shape. We had somebody come in and do that professionally. We replaced the original plaster ceilings because they were completely cracked and just had drywall put up. But we went for this really neutral. It was actually this blue color when we bought the house, and I just went for this neutral. Actually, this is also French canvas, my favorite new white color. And this is just a really soft feel. I kind of combined two styles in here. I feel like it's half like English cottage, but then it's also kind of, I call it Italian grandma style. And I love like just all of the like serene feels, but also some of like those vintage elements that really make it, you know, feel very special. It's not too crowded. It's kind of a smaller space, just the bedroom. So we have a really simple bed. I did very simple bedding. And then I got this headboard off of Facebook Marketplace. Those two end tables are actually from my mom's cousin. She gave those to me. So those are a hand-me-down piece. And I love having pieces like that in my house. I think it just makes it feel extra special. And I believe they were her husband's grandmother. So really cool. I love the marble. I love how it just goes with our headboard. It almost feels like it was probably a set, and it wasn't. So this is the sitting room, which is off of our bedroom. And this was an addition that was done along with the sunroom that the previous owners did a couple decades ago. I love that they added this. I think it really expands the bedroom. It's actually not the biggest bedroom in the house until they did this. My daughter's bedroom, which I won't be showing today because it's not finished, but it is probably the prettiest room in the house. But this is such a great space, and I wanted to go really moody with it. So you'll see in a second, I did the sitting room really moody, and I did our bathroom really moody, and then kept the bedroom really bright. And this is just a beautiful, deep, dark brown tone. We had these original built-ins in here, and they were this like wood color, and I was kind of like, I don't feel like painting them. So you know what I'll do? I'll just make them hide, and I'll paint the whole room in this brown color, and you'll never see them. And I love like the way the light comes in with this moody tone. And you know, this is just a great place that we like sit and hang out. And it's just a great additional space. We also have a lot of extra storage in here too, which is really, really great. I love this table. It was a hand-me-down piece, also another Uncle Dante's piece. And my mom gave it to me recently, and I was like, good, I need more furniture, I'll take it, and I love it. So another piece that I grew up with, it was always in my parents' house. And you know, a couple things in here are not complete, but I love this rug. It brings in both texture and pattern in here. These were pillows that I had made. They were vintage tapestries, and I kind of like love that touch of equestrian feel. So I thought they fit in here really, really well. And I just thought those were really neat to be able to recycle a tapestry into a pillow. Some other things. So we do have a balcony off of here, which is great for in the summertime. But a couple other things is just like these shelves. I love, again, just displaying lots of vintage and all that kind of stuff. I love that it's moody, and so they just pop so nicely off of the moody backdrop. This was a great find. So I actually got this in a estate sale, and it was a really good price, and I loved it. I love that it came with the light too. And I didn't realize this, but it's Naples, Italy, and so my dad and my whole family are from Naples, and so I was like, oh my goodness, it's Naples. And I didn't even know when I bought it, so I think that's really cool. And I love kind of hanging it in front of this window too, so it kind of blocks out some of the light and gives it a little interest, because they're not my favorite windows. I probably would have picked a different style if I did this from scratch, but this is a great way to kind of like hide things that you don't exactly love. So I think when it comes to really making a home feel like yours and really come alive, I think it's just finding things that you truly love. It's something I'm always talking about in my own platform and my blog, is just really falling in love with the pieces that you add to your house. I think so many people feel like they need to fill their space with just something. I think that is just not tapping into yourself and your own taste. And so fall in love with everything that you put in your house. And that's kind of just what I've done. And I feel like my style changes a little bit over time, some trend influence and all of that. But I think that when you really decorate your house with pieces that you find that have a story to it, whether it's been handed down from family or it's just something that you just thought was super unique and you couldn't live without, I think those are the things that really elevate your space. And I'm always trying to find, like, I love a combination personally of like beautiful things and then also something quirky. Okay, and the other side of our bedroom is our primary bath. This was the original sitting room in this space. I think actually it was the original dressing room. And they had original built-ins on this side. Unfortunately, 2 weeks after we closed on the house last April, there was a leak from an upstairs bathroom, and a lot of it got destroyed. The entire original built-ins got destroyed. The part of the floors got destroyed. Thankful that we had insurance and we were able to fix things, but I was sad that we lost some of the original built-ins. And so when I designed this space, the bathroom's above us, and I thought, wow, like we can now make this the bathroom, because if we had to take all the ceilings out and all this stuff, and the plumbing was pretty easy to be able to address in here. And so I wanted this kind of to feel like an original built-in to just to replace what was here. And so we had a carpenter do all of this, and it's just so beautiful. I love the combination of both the wood with the porcelain backdrop of the shower. I wanted it to feel like a dressing room still, so like this was kind of hidden, and that all you would really see in the space is this floating tub when you're looking into the room. And then once you come in, then you have your sinks here, which we did. And it's just it's kind of hidden, but I also love that it almost kind of feels vintage in a sense. I keep calling the style in here updated Victorian. I feel like if we did Victorian today, this is kind of how it would feel. The moody wallpaper, I love these black tiles. They're just really stunning. And just having these floating pedestal sinks is a great feature. So you're probably thinking, well, where do you hide all the things? Well, we have these drawers that we had our carpenter make. So they do push in on this wall. And then we have shelving inside. This is our toilet room. I won't necessarily show you the shelving because it's probably not super neat. But this is our toilet room, which is hidden, which is kind of great. Inside the shower, I'll show you, we did this porcelain slab, which is a lot less expensive than marble or anything else. It was actually, we had it cut in twos to save on the install. It was almost half the price. So if you're wanting to do a slab, cut it in half. You barely could see the seam in between. It was a great, just a great way to be able to get this and do it on, a little less expensive than doing a full slab. And then we did this checkerboard pattern on the floor here. And I just kind of love in here doing that like mix of patterns, having both the black and white and then the large scale veining and then this large scale floral pattern on the walls. We have a couple more things I want to still do in here. I've been on the hunt for some curtains and things like that, but it certainly looks completely different than what it looked like before. It was a blue sitting room with a TV in the corner, and I think if the previous owners came back, they'd be quite surprised at what it looks like now. But I feel super thankful because the original bathroom, which is now our closet, was super teeny tiny, and if it wasn't for the leak upstairs, we probably would have never done this. But once the ceilings came down and everything, it only made sense to kind of make this bigger space our primary bath. So in the middle of the room, I decided to do this floating tub. Believe it or not, I actually haven't used the tub yet. So one of these days when I'm not busy, I'll actually get in this tub. But I love that it's in the middle of the room. It becomes this feature. We also did this mirror. It's a vintage mirror. It didn't have any backing to hang it. And so I took this and kind of made it feel like a bathtub tray. And it's another great way to kind of like keep my everyday items like perfumes and Q-tips and stuff like that out and about, but kind of also styled. And then above here, I really wanted a vintage fixture and I could not find one that that worked, and like we were in the electrician's time frame and stuff, and so I just ordered this one from Overstock, and honestly I just love it. It like really fills the room so beautifully. It gives it that kind of glamorous touch, and I think it just like really finishes the space really nicely. We did this little room divider here too, which I really like. I bought this for my friend, and it is just like the perfect little touch to, especially because you have a floating tub, so I kind of feel like it looks like, oh, you know, you can have some privacy with this, but it's also really pretty. And then over here, I guess I could show you this side too. This is, again, just adding more portraits and vintage, my favorites. And this cute little bamboo cabinet I just love. I bought it from one of my vendors on Vintage Keepers, and she buys a lot of her stuff in France. And it's just the sweetest little piece. Like my husband stores some of his like everyday stuff in here. And I just love the way it looked with the wallpaper, and of course that it's French. So I love that. Home is for me a place that is just restful. I probably became a homebody more than I ever thought I would be. And so I love styling my house to a way that I'd never want to leave. And I love being here with my family, and you know, we try to make every day special. We romanticize the everyday. So whether that's, you know, decorating with candles, so it just has such a mood. We love doing, you know, pick food and cheese boards, and putting music on, and just loving our home as a family. And so I think that home is just a place of rest and your sanctuary.
Thanks for watching. Be sure to go to homeworthy.com for exclusive content, shopping guides, and so much more.